Afternoon, everybody out there on the frequency, the 1122 on the.
Take care, my friend. 7 3s, and enjoy your day. It's nice to meet you.
Afternoon time, everybody out there. It's 1122 midnight. I'm here on side. I'll be your host for Anarchy Television today. Hopefully we can get some people in here today. And get some people
We're getting ready for all this damn snowstorm. Sugar, Mike. 9 on Big John Snow Hurricane. Yeah. Sugar Mike number 9, Phoenix, Arizona. Got 3 flying. What about you? I got 3 flying. What about you? You down to your ears from Arizona, sir. How are you? Sugar Mike 9 Phoenix, return. One from a damn nephew, one from a damn brother, and one from me. What do you got flying? 469, how are you this evening? Sugar Mike 9 Phoenix, go ahead. I'm making peace and rainbows. 469, I'm not going to take all of it for myself because you're sounding great in Arizona too. It's raining here, you come in Arizona like a booming ball. Just want to let you know. I'm Sugar Mike now with the hi to your ears from Arizona here, Otto. Oh, I got a lot of clowns on this side of the radio, but it's all good. Okay, well, 72 to your ears. Wish you well on yours. Have a wonderful day from Arizona. Sugar Mike 9, bye-bye. Baby, I'm back. I don't have that problem. I've been reading about that. Actually, got some down over there. Tower on New Jersey from Arizona. Sugar Mike 9, say hi to you on yours. got my piece. Hey, I got my piece rolling out on the back page. Goddamn shit. Hey, man, suckers, that shit. I'm chucking you in there. I'm never sucker. Got the other time you got your little damn thing doing that shit. I'm doing this out in the damn snow in the cold. You bunch of pussies. All right, man. Hey, good luck to you out there.
What the hell is going on out there?
Man, there's some big signals in this. Nothing. Shit. All right, guys. You guys have a good evening. Be safe over there.
Holy crap on a cracker. What the hell's going on out there?
You want a fucking $50,000 work for it, asshole. And I ain't gonna give it to you. And you damn sure ain't gonna steal it from me. No, you little crackhead, little fuck stick. Go fucking fuck yourself. Got my own damn private piece of it. I can fire that motherfucker up for fucking 2 days to cook one pizza from me. Ain't nobody but if bad shit happens, then yes, I will cook for the neighborhood. That's the way it goes. Good evening, time to your 558. Smoke you and say good evening, time. Language. And that's all I heard, sir. Good evening, time from Arizona. The fresh mozzarella, the fresh milk that I can make mozzarella out of, homemade mozzarella, special. Make my homemade damn. A little tiny spicy damn homemade damn little tomato sauce and oh boy, it's not unnecessarily nice. Okay, let me head on down the road. Sugar Mike 9 listening. Bye bye. That's right. Tomato sauce, every time to your Blue Cross 21. Tomato sauce is
Good evening, everybody out there on the frequency, the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here. I'll be your host for Anarchy Television. Please stand by for random calls.
It's gonna go down the drain. In the meantime.
Did anybody ask you? I don't remember anybody asking you.
Fresh mozzarella and some fresh basil on top. Yeah.
Everybody be happy.
Big hot crispy crumb. Sugar, Arizona. America keeps following Canada. heading on to my destination. Just want to say hi to you and yours. It's kind of rainy near Arizona. You coming here pretty.
You're really trolling the hell out of people out there, Calvin.
Yeah, and that's from North Dakota, you damn boy. All that shit. Thank you very much. That's from North Dakota. Wish you well yours. Have a wonderful evening. That's what we do. Hey, not what we do. That's what I do. That's exactly what I do in my damn little damn realm. That's exactly what I do in my realm. The other day, guys had a bunch they're on sale. Big old winter boots. Bought them way too big. I think they're size 11 or 12. But I couldn't find size. Yeah, you just wish you had damn yeah. That's what I'm doing. Now you said. It's a bad thing to yell at the old lady. She gives you the. She just puts the green eyes, she looks at you, and it's like, okay, I'm sorry. Creek up here. All buddy around Speedy Creek, swim current, I think it's called. We call it Speedy Creek. This should be Canada's finest. That's right, sir. Very close to Saskatoon. Congratulations are in order to be reached. Yeah, stand corrected on that. Boy, man, get the green eyes looking. It's just like, oh my God. CGX 747, you words with Canada, we're trying. No, hell no. We got all kinds.
It is the 1122 Wingnut Radio. Whoa, out here on the side listening for all that DX out there. That's right, the 1122 Wing. No.
DX 1031 Southwest.
Did you see that? I had my own echo. Yeah, I got my own echo. I had that all by myself.
Damn smoking ass hot. Peace out and smoking ass hot. I should have tried that fucking elevation out there trying to get over this. I like the peace out and smoking ass hot. That damn Joe's got to rise first. You know, I don't know whether you want to tone like that or not. No, hell no. Shit no. We ain't no damn hurry. I get the damn fire right first. I get that sunbed heat up about 900 degrees, maybe 1,000 degrees. Get that damn pizza and fucking fired up with me. Smoke coming out of it. But the dough has to rise first. Yeah, you don't need those amplifiers. You don't need all that power. Just need 2 or 3 watts. That's about it. I mean, you get up there about 30 feet. You don't get them. How many of y'all came to North Dakota without any money? I got something up here. I just got one thing plugged in. No, I mean, you fuckers came out here in North Dakota without any damn money. Didn't work out well for you. Time to freeze to death. Number 3. Fuel station. Hey, I think it's the same grenade. It's 966. Stand by, Russia. I got a guy out here with 3 watts. Stand by, Russia. Hit Soviet. We don't want any, okay? Hit Soviet Yaktamalaki push down. Putin is Manyak. Actually, She wants to talk to your ass. Straight up. You want the evil woman on your ass? Roger, they don't know who they're messing with, you know. We get our old tanks running from the 20s and 30s. We might have to tune them up. There ain't nothing wrong with motorcycle clubs. No, there ain't nothing wrong with motorcycle clubs.
What's going on? This is a CB radio. I am on channel 38, lower sideband. Technically, that's frequency 27385. And this is the skip conditions right now. I'm hearing people from all over the place. That's what's going on. That is what the fuck is going on. What's up, Sunfish?
No. You trust everybody. Never break that trust. You need not. No. You always trust, but don't cross the line. In the meantime, I got pizza out here. That's why most of our people were not sure about the rest. I don't really give a shit, man. Most of our people are not here, but I'm not sure about the rest.
Hey, we've got people over here who would like to know what the fuck is going on out there. Anybody explain it to me?
First of all, my always took a goddamn piece out there, and that damn son bitch is doing up and once you little side-ass I might have a copy of this video if you'll buy one of these red capes with the word on the back.
Hey, Sunfish, I'm gonna tell you something. You know the old towers that people used to have their old TV antennas on top of? If you look around, you might be able to even find one of those that somebody has, like near their house that they're not using because they're probably using like Dish Network or something else. And I mean, seriously, I've actually done it myself. That's how I've gotten some towers before. I've actually gone up there and offered, like, to buy it if I take it down. Or sometimes, man, the damn tower to the people is like a big eyesore. They're willing to pay you to take it out of the yard. All you got to do is take it down, turn around, and set it back up. You got yourself the RON 25, I think that's what it is that the old antenna tower, like what I got, is what people used to put their TV antennas on. And most likely, if you see one of those and you actually are wondering if they're still using it or not, look for a Dish Network type of dish or something. If you see one of those, like a satellite dish, you know damn well they're not using it. So, hey, what's up, Indy? And that would be a lot cheaper than buying it brand new. That's why I'm saying that. Oh, right on. I mean, honestly, Sunfish, if you lived close to me, I've got some stuff, man, um that I can probably give you, but you know what I mean? But I mean, it's not like you live close to me or anything.
Oh, man, we're just cooking pizza, man. There ain't nothing twisted. That's why we're cooking pizza. He was going out there at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Whoa, what kind of party is this? There's no fools and only one hooker. You can't get started just looking for a goddamn wild out. Hey, guess what?
You're gonna need some new samples, man. You're wearing them out.
Here. Hey, boss. I'm calling this shit anything I want. Right on.
Yeah, screw that. There's no need for that shit.
Unless I'm getting interference from a gay weather balloon. The greater Toronto area, GTA. As long as he gets all of them like he has been, it's a shoe-in. No way, that took your damn piece of damn oven, man. Sure. About 2 minutes later, I'm fine. I'm out. We don't got to have some smacky goddamn crispy damn pizza, man. Damn pizza. So now we're out. Imagination. Arizona, Roger. And the GTA is there. That's pretty well it. The DP is take the rest. No big deal. At least you got a copy of me. That's the important thing. Take care and enjoy your hump day out there. Arizona saying top of the day, man. Yeah, no need to worry. See you on 5 feet with 2 North Dakota Frankies. It's all North Dakota Frankies. Hey, you're welcome to have some if you get your ass out. Hey, I mentioned that it was a beautiful day out here in the neighborhood, bro.
Yabba dabba dooby doop doop dooby doo. Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio. I'm out here, your host for Anarchy Television. Please stand by for random call.
So, 1944 to 1927. Looks like old Herschel's gonna get knocked out of the ring, and I couldn't be out there. Well, I'm a little fancy ass little fashion man, and my watch looks good. It's a nice damn good pieces. I'm 68 years old, so fucking pretty fish eggs and jump in to get the pointed out. Kate Lee, down. That's the best one. I don't want to see her.
The panel is open, you guys. I'm just listening to Skip until people wants to come up.
Pussy motherfucker. My pizza is arrived.
Your pizza is a pussy motherfucker.
What's the sideband wattage per power that you could run? You guys know?
Yeah, pussy pizza.
I heard you couldn't run over 1,500 watts. Is that true? It's unbelievable. Damn, man, fresh mozzarella. Brainwashed little man. I got a wife cooks me goddamn piece of damn money, man. What the hell you talking about, man? AMF 1000, that's the first one I ever had, and it was stolen. Nothing about it. But no, you gotta run your mouth like a little old faggot. You know what state I'm from? I talked to you before. I'm from original Texas. Now I live in North Dakota. Yes, sir. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Gremlin? 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 Yeah, you gremlins. You fucking goddamn mind. Yeah, we want to kill all them. No, I'm not gonna go on it. Little gremlins like that. The Death Card Club, the Sailors Island. You think I ain't fought with him? You don't think I ain't fought with them? Little damn sorry ass pieces of shit. No good, not trustworthy for nothing. Well, anything else you want to know? Well, they're worthless. They're worthless. We'll stab you in the fucking face in the floor. Yeah, you go down there, and next thing you know, you gotta fight your way out of this fucking goddamn shit. So, fuck that. The answer would be 11111111111. 1000101011010101010101010. HCW. Fucking right. Burns. 306. Frank Burns. Fucking right. Hey, yuck it up, you fuckfuckers. Fuck you for telling me got it, man. Fuck you too. No. Fuck you. Fuck you, stay inside.
What's up, popcorn?
Oh my God. Hey, T.O. Let's just pray I have the energy to get myself another beer out here. All I need is a wad of cash with a head wrapped around it. Hey, motherfucker, now you got the real deal out. We go, but you ain't gonna know nothing. But I will tell you, fucking food yourself, fucking fish eggs in the stainless. You still working at Jack in the Box? Oh. No compromise on that. FTW, motherfuckers. FTW, motherfuckers. No, let's get the good shit on. Let's have the fucking fun shit on. Let's get the goddamn good shit on. A bunch of dumb ham operators out there. Let's get the fucking good shit on. No, really. No, hell no. Bunch of damn Arizona damn fucking angels out there. Where is the fucking from? I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. Let's get the good shit on. Let's get the fucking good shit on. Let's get the fucking good shit on. This shit's gonna be fucking fun. It's gonna be epic. Can you? That's a Stevie Ray Vaughan song. That's a Stevie Ray Vaughan line right there. I like that.
I got 2 words for all of you guys out there. Fuck Joe Biden.
One zero 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 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 0 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 is called Son Joe Biden. Oh, I love my Joe Biden. Hey, 1057. Welcome to the news. There is no damn risk of brain. It's called Son. Yep. Same old shit every day. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, 55, where'd you go? What are you fishing and catching anything, or you just goddamn floating around? That's great. That's a good decision. We're barely talking on a Lincoln to cross the street. And that idea is more South Carolina.
Hey, attention all you shoppers out there. The 1122 Wingnut Radio on the side. I think I heard Hayden out there. Hey, Hayden. How you doing, Hayden? What's going on? Ah, good to hear you out there, Hayden.
today. We're going to give it a bit of a whirl on the bubble. Hey, we'll just Google cruise this mobile, this little pooper scooter mobile down under. And see if we got some conditions out there. And 96 in the portable, 3,000 feet elevation on this raggedy ass pooper scooter mobile station.
A pooper scooper out down under coming into Florida. The 1122 Wingnut out here listening.
Yeah, good day, mate. Was that 1122 Wayne? You got operator George. I hope I got it correct there, mate. Go.
Hey, roger that, roger that. Yeah, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio. Per personal over here is Mike, Mount India Kilo Echo. Copy.
Gotcha there, Mike. Mike India Kilo Echo 1122, mate. Yeah, you sounded Q5, mate. Delivery is operator George. Is in George at the jungle. And I'm actually nearly swinging through the trees up here at about 3,000 feet up around the national park area, mate. It's quite a spectacular location, but mate, you get through all the mess out there. Not a problem at all out there, Mike. Operator George, legal bender 96 in the small talking mobile right there.
Hey, roger that, roger that. Well, hell, I'm barefoot, man, doing about 40 watts. I'm just in the ground plane, and I'm in the northwest corner of Florida. So I'm bouncing off the Gulf of Mexico out there. So it's good to get conditions out there this early in the day, Roger.
Yeah, roger there, Mike. You're not bloody wrong, mate. Well, you know, it's out there. It's a matter of being in the right spot. If you're not in that right spot, you think there's no conditions, but you drive a little bit further down the road, mate, and you're hitting me on 9 dBs. One part there. I'm just using a Washington base station here, sitting on the front seat of my mobile, and I make quarter wave antenna around about 3,000 feet. So, bloody fantastic job. We're about, I'd say about, 100 kilometres west of a town called Sangre in New South Wales. So, give you a bit of an idea. All right, mate, we'll keep back and slide to the side. Mate, I'm very sick to make the hook up there out of this portable. You're the second chap here on 38 this morning, so keep up the good work there, Mike, and we'll look forward to the next one. 1122, Neil Bender 96, operator George. Right there.
Hey, roger that, Needle Bender 96. Hey, yeah, this is the 1122. They call me Wingnut out here in the Panhandle, Florida. Hey, welcome to the live stream. I'm also on YouTube, Anarchy Television. You can hear yourself out there on the stream, Roger.
Yeah, likewise there, Mike. Incredible conditions, mate. Well, that's a fantastic job. I can hear a few more other fellas starting to creep in, so I won't throw it up anymore, mate, because you know what happens after a while. It's like a match, mate, between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier and the crowd out there, mate. It gets a little bit hectic, so thanks very much for the comeback. Hey, look, if I don't catch you before Christmas, mate, all the best to you, your family, your friends, and spread the love, buddy. Take care, and I look forward to the next one. Bill number 22, Neil Bender 96, George. We'll keep back on the quiet side, mate. I appreciate the little chin wag.
Hey, no worries, no worries. Cheers, beers, boobs, buds, and barbecue from Wingnut Radio.
Good morning, stateside from down under Australia. We're standing by.
Hey, 351, you're making it to Florida. The 1122 Wingnut up here listening. Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut out here in the 2nd Division, stretching down there in the South Pacific and into Australia, New Zealand. Any stations out in that direction, the 1122 Wingnut on the side. .001 out there in New Zealand, 1122. Oh, the 1122 Wingnut out here listening to you, sir.
2407, we got an excellent copy on you this afternoon. I'm radio 427 Alberta, Canada, Tilted. Radio 2407, which you can change. Maybe I was only 2407, which you can let you know. Communication, radio 427 Alberta, Canada, exactly.
Come on down, everybody out there on the frequency. This is the 1122 Wingnut stretching out there in the South Pacific, down there toward Australia, New Zealand. Many stations out there in the 43 division. 1122 on the side. Wow, that was a short pocket for that.
Someone needs to deal with it.
Hey, Chris, just tell him you got 2 words. Deal with it.
So this is it, huh? What I had to look forward to is this. Well, you sound like a bunch of faggots anyway. I can't even get a good 11111 kid in there. Thanks for the flowers. You keep flowers for yourself. You're pounding good. Sounds like a bunch of faggots out here. Flowers for yourself. Women and good people have flowers, not men.
Who's the Muppet over there?
Well, all I can say is, rock it in, shoot it in. That's what he did. Don't forget, you're playing my game. I'm not playing yours.
Who's the Muppet?
Thank you, Delta X-ray, Security X, Radio Canada 132. Here's Radio Canada
132
132.
over the top with the 1122 Wingnut listening to it.
Hey, double 1122 Wingnut. Nice to be out there again.
Hey, roger that. Yep, you were just coming over the top of everybody on tonight, so I just wanted to acknowledge, man. Good evening, and I'm tipping my hat. Bud.
Hey, God, yeah, nice to be out there. Have a nice evening.
Hey, you, Roger. 1122 out here listening.
Whoa, Frank, look at this. Are you looking? Holy crap, look at all that stuff.
Oh, sexy girlfriend.
That's the one and only Mr. Rob Sadushi from 5'9". He's a 5'9" gangbang boom boom.
What the hell is that?
Rob Sadushi.
Please just elaborate. I'm confused.
That's Rob. 5'9", gangbang boom boom. He's Sadushi.
Well, that explains.
Rob is very famous for being a producer.
410.
It's quiet frequency, just the way I designed it. It's quiet out here.
Holy crap on a cracker.
It's a little bit on the chilly side out here in Phoenix, and we got a little bit of rain today. Kind of cloudy. Oh, yeah. All right, this is 5'9", gangbang, boom boom, work on. Shoot the motherfucker, you fucking sorry ass riffraff. This is the one and only 5'9", gangbang, boom boom, boom boom. How about that Gulf Coast from Louisiana? Do you copy this market law in the Phoenix area? You voted for it. I'm not going to say you voted for it. I wish everything was hola, hola, prueba, prueba, prueba. Hola, 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 prueba, prueba, prueba. Hola, hola, prueba, prueba, prueba. Hola, 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 prueba, prueba, prueba. Hola, 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 prueba, prueba, prueba. Hola, hola. 55.
English only. Anthony, what's up?
Come to this damn world, come here legally. Central in Mexico. Anybody wants to fucking chat on Lasky, man? Have a good one, man. This is up on the show, dude. You can take your comment. It's automobile. 295. This is 295. About 11 meters.
Hey Anthony, the panel is open. I don't know if anybody wants to come up or anything like that. But the panel is open, man. I'm just sitting here listening to Skip until people show up. I mean, you know, if anybody wants to share it out, and if anybody wants to, like, you know, I don't know, that'd be cool. I don't know. I'm just kind of hanging out until people show up. You know, get up on panel and we'll have a talk or whatever. It's good to see you out there, Anthony.
262 North Dakota with the damn wave, with the Henry wave. You'll fucking die. You'll fucking freeze to death and you will die. So don't come to North Dakota. Be bad. Bad. Guess what? All I want to hear was a what?
What?
Guess what? You come to North Dakota, I'll put it simple. I'll put it simple and plain. It gets minus 37 to minus 70 degrees below zero. You want to live out here in the great white tundra, you're gonna die. And then we're gonna have to pick your ass up in the springtime. And it happens all the time. So don't come up here just thinking it's all nice and hunky-dory. You know, it gets cold. You ain't gonna live on the street out here, assholes. You will die. And that's the best thing I can think. That's the best thing I can say. Yeah, don't come to North Dakota in the wintertime. You're going to die. Now here, fuck that. Come on up to North Dakota and live on the street, and we won't hear you after that. Pretty much. So, yeah. Yep. So come up here. Ain't no place for you. You'll freeze to death. Hey, now I am in Northwest Tennessee, Arizona 853. I got you in my room, sir. And you think I'm lying? You're fucking okay. Hey, roger that, my friend. I appreciate it for sure. You're sounding good over there. Tracking this and getting messy over there, so if you still got me in there, 7 threes. God bless you and yours. Arizona 853. We're out of yours. Copy on you.
Hey, Andy. I was gonna say, hey, Indian Snooks. I'm just kind of hanging out and with the Skip and all that stuff until people show up. If anybody wants to come up on panel, you know, panel's open. Links in pinned up there. I'm just kind of hanging out. and until people show up. It's good to see Snooks.
How come you boys over there in stateside in the United States of America are so noisy to the east coast here of Australia? Well, mate, plenty of racket coming here to my portable. My signal bed at 96. This is the best car there's no down under and someone said to me, George, man, it's all happening. They do enjoy the evening time. The 96, this radio mobile, enjoy the view. West of a town called Taree in New South Wales, and you're doing a fantastic job there, my friend. 655, 96 in the purpose, good for most people right there.
You guys with all your gadgets and bells and whistles come down here and complain that the audio quality is up to par. That's the difference between ham and chicken man.
You're having a lot of interference noise. What's going on, son? Tell me what do you mean by that? Is it on my end, my audio? I'll make you famous, Chris.
Come on, you guys need to quit your whining and crying and just enjoy life. Whatever you got dished to you, you actually did the job yourself. You guys don't need me to blame for where you are at right now. Remember that.
Remember, everybody, we're all going to die anyway.
Utah DX 1031, Southwest Utah.
Now, do you want to die on your feet or live on your knees?
Doubt sounding good down around Southwest Utah. Utah DX, Utah. Southwest Utah back to you. There's a whole bunch of you in there. One more one you try it.
The 1122 wingnut on the side listening to all of it out there.
Utah DX 1031, Southwest Utah. They learn to deal with it. That's what they need to do. They're going to learn to deal with it. I'm just worried that after 000 sounding 29 around Southwest Utah, I had to get in there and say howdy, howdy, like half fucking head. You too. But I'm going to let it go and let it have it. Utah DX 1031, Southwest Utah.
I'm not sure what that is. Screech? Scratch? I guess we're saying squelch.
Stay out of my way.
420 in the Razorback. 96
Does the audio sound? Does it not sound clear? I mean, there is a lot of stuff coming into on the frequency. We've got some kind of interference. Squelch? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm real banger 5'9" when it comes to the female. We'll catch you later, man. Have a good day, my friend. Papa Charlie, 242 out here.
Is it too loud? Too loud or sounding like shit?
Are you still out here on your driver? Well, he must be copying.
CD isn't going on. That's just the way it is.
Very good. How about a triple pimple? How about that triple pimple? Come on. How about a triple pimple in Hawaii? How about that triple pimple in Hawaii? You got a copy? Come out. Well, I'm quite into the east, so I shouldn't be bothered for Hawaii.
Yeah, see, I turn the squelch on, you ain't gonna hear shit. So, I don't have the squelch up.
59 Rob, Unit 59.
So that's me turning the squelch up.
59
Right there. That's me turning the squelch up. Ain't nothing. Everything's coming in at about 9, 10, 20 dB. So the skip is really bad. Or really good, depending on how you read it. It's really good. There's a lot of people on the radio. A lot of people on the frequency.
High five and a big wave from number 59, Skybanger 59 in Phoenix, or QRP.
There's a lot more people on the radio since the 70s. Plus, right now, I got people international. I mean, there's people in Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii, down here in South Pacific areas, I mean, all over the western side of freaking U.S. and then down in the Caribbean, all at the same damn time. So there's a lot of people on the radio right now. Yeah, this is CB. This is channel 38, lower sideband on the CB.
Alphabet out here, come on, give me a people coming in from that campus, real quiet. Look at that cat just waving and wheeling at the boys. Behind him again.
That's annoying, no? That's on A. Fucking hiccup coming from A and coming speeding up. Plus, got people playing music. Well, right now, okay, check this out. I mean, we are, see, yeah, all right, we are heading into the peak of the cycle. And what I mean by the peak of the cycle is the sun goes through 11-year solar cycles. And every 11 years, at the peak of that 11-year cycle, it pushes off a lot of solar flares. And when those solar flares interact with the ionosphere, it pushes all these radio signals, RF signals all over the place, a lot further than normal. Put it this way, on a normal basis, you probably only get about, maybe, depending on what kind of equipment, how much wattage, and all that kind of antenna, and all that other shit, probably about 100 some odd miles at the most. But with all the effects of the solar cycle, the skip is going all over the fucking planet. I mean, like in the morning times, I'm talking Europe. In the time around now, this is when I'm starting to hear like Australia, New Zealand, stuff like that. So, and we haven't even hit the peak of that cycle yet. And what are we talking about? I was just trying to explain the skip conditions to No Name there. Blood moon. Well, see, I was also, I mean, there's something symbolic about the blood moon anyway, you know, like religious and all that other shit. So, yeah, it's the timing. It's all about timing. Timing. Yeah, this is when all the vampires and the werewolves come out, isn't it?
On the side.
Do I dare? Well, I mean, is that like, I mean, should I be worried? No name? I mean, there it is. I mean, I do have the link up. I don't want to get my channel struck and taken down. I'll put that out there. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind. Shit. I mean, like I said, I'm just sitting here just kind of like listening to Skip otherwise until people come up. You know, there's a lot to talk about. So, I mean, I don't really have like things listed and stuff that I want to talk about. I think there's so much out there. Mm. Well, see, yeah, level expand. See, like I said, every 11 years it's had this new Skip with real good. Uh, I've been kind of waiting around. There are a lot of these people, a lot of guys I had talked to in about 11, 12, yeah, 11, 10, 11 years, something like that. So it's kind of nice when the conditions get good enough where I can get international and start talking to people I haven't talked to. I'm old school, man. I don't rely on a cell network and all that shit to make communication. Yeah, I know. Whereabouts? I mean, what part of Canada? I know some people out there in Toronto. I know some people out there in Saskatoon. Uh, I know of a couple of people in Quebec, but they're really weird. I don't know if that actually means anything. So right now the conditions haven't been all that great, but it was a few months ago really good for that direction from where I'm sitting. I was talking to people, all over town on the east side of that months ago. So the conditions are kind of like switched to different locations. The link is big up there.
Station 289, Southern California.
Well, there was a lot of, I'll say this for radio and also just like people, right? I mean, social networking on the internet, people my social network is radio. But I have noticed since all that crap started, more people were locked in at, alternate ways to socialize. Because I noticed more and more people have started live streaming and doing panel talks and blah, blah, blah. Getting, sitting here doing a live stream and getting drunk and, falling asleep on a live stream. I mean, it's happening more and more since all that crap started. I've been on YouTube for over 10 years. Hey, no name. Let me ask you: is there what kind of stuff? You got anything on your chest that you want to talk about? Yeah.
Just want to jump in their wave ahead. 73s. I'm out of here.
Oh, that's much better.
What's going on there, man?
Oh, nothing really. Well, I've had a couple of hardships in my life, but they were lesser than normal. Oh, I am so grateful to God that I am hooked up in the old boy network. Oh my God, the place I've been going to for car repairs for 20 years. When the lady turned left in front of me and I braked as hard as I could and still hit her, I had to get a new, what is that, headlight? The whole thingy, not just the headlight, but the whole thingy. Um, and whew, this guy looked online because when I drove up to his shop, I had just gone to the tire shop I'd been going to, various repairs for 20 years. And they said, well, go here. And I drove up there, and guess who was there? The guy I've been dealing with for 20 years. And he was standing there talking to the owner of the collision shop. Isn't that wonderful? And the guy looked, and but after I had agreed to pay the larger amount of money, he looked online and found me a used part, used part, junkyard, still totally workable. Yeah, and it's just, the headlight assembly is all I really needed. They banged the rest into the thing and slapped a tiny bit of something close paint on it. Because it is an 11-year-old car. Truck. Well, I don't know. I don't, most people wouldn't call it a truck. But okay. But I am so grateful it was only $550 to repair the first accident in 11 years on that vehicle. I am super grateful. Considering I trained 3 teenage girls how to drive on it. Hmm. Oh, I'm not sure if you heard this before. I'm sorry.
Right on, no name. I appreciate you coming up though. But yeah. I'm just sitting here listening to the radio, listening to Skip Conditions. I think I figured out what my audio problem was. Now I think about it. Um, but yeah,
Oh,
you were
just
talking
say
about
loud.
squelch and stuff. Yeah, that's not the squelch.
Okay, well, no, but it seemed like squelch from your CB radio. There was a knob that said squelch, and I
Yeah,
could turn it, but I may not know how to spell it.
it doesn't really. It's not going to really do anything here on sideband because there's everything is at such a high signal strength, and I put up the squelch and it just knocks everything out where you won't hear anything.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah,
Thank you. It sounds perfect now. I'm sorry.
yeah, I figured it out. When once you came up, I figured out what was going on.
I didn't mean to be degrading you or anything, right?
I don't know.
Oh, I know, just positive feedback. I think this is squelch if you know how to do it.
What's happening, Wingnut?
Well, look at Mark Kelly. Look at you coming up here. What's up in it, man?
How you doing, man? I just thought I started just looking through. I see all the big, massive channels in, the cesspit and that, and then I thought I see Wingnut. I thought, let's go and say hello, man.
You didn't
Well,
bring anybody with you, did you?
it's okay. I'm not
Nah,
that
nah,
looking
I'm
again,
not
right?
live, mate.
No, I know. It's like it's like tell everybody to come on down here to Weenus, man. You know, because
Yeah, you
yeah,
know what,
I
Wingnut?
was kind of bored anyway. So
Maybe next Saturday when I finish, like, there's a lot of people in my thing. You should, mate. Get them to put the link up.
and come over to you if you do Saturdays.
I think it
If
was
I'm around, and it depends on, like, for instance, like if I'm around and I'm like after you shut down or whatever, yeah, I'll do
Yeah,
something. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
just
If you're around, man, yeah, why not, man?
that's the thing. It's like if I'm depends on what time it is, because we're on a 6 hour difference. So it's just kind of working the schedule thing going on. You know what I mean?
oh,
Sure. So if
hey,
I finish at midnight or 1, it's 6 o'clock.
okay. If we're gonna talk about times, I think I might be 12 hours away from the Aussie guy. Are you Aussie?
Where are you from, Miss? Where are you from?
East. I would say Eastern Standard Time. I'm near Detroit, Michigan, and I am super pissed. I have a crochet hook in my hand. Okay, I am very mad about what happened to Wayne County. I live there. Most of it is not Detroit. We are out of Detroit, and we are so sad about what has happened. Mm.
Is it what you? Am I? Are we talking about the car industry here, Detroit, where it's just went
Oh,
downhill? Is
well,
that?
okay, well,
I'm
that
not sure,
too.
Mark.
I
I'm not
mean,
sure.
dude, I lost 25 years of my life working as an engineer, chasing carb rules. You know, it was basically we need to make your car an air cleaner. And, man, what I have done for the car industry was wonderful, but, we had that big re-regulation under Trump, which I thought was excellent for the U.S. economy, but didn't treat me very well.
Yeah. Can I ask? What I wanted to ask was, how are these midterm elections going? Who's winning? Who's
You know what, Mark?
doing well?
Oh,
I'm gonna tell you, there's some
uh,
crazy stuff going on.
wait, are we on YouTube or just on
Yes, we're on
CNN?
YouTube. I'm on YouTube.
Okay, well then
So,
I'm not allowed to say. I'm
well,
sorry,
hey,
I'm not
hey,
allowed to say. Okay, I'm
well,
not allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say.
Man, you got some long arms, man.
yeah, it's one of them things, Mark. I there was some of the stuff that you do the thing with. Some of those were actually faulty.
Yeah,
Um, and there was a lot of people that were actually at the places that were trying to do the thing, and they were telling them everything was shut down because everything was broken or whatever, and they were making videos, they were taking videos of it and all that stuff, and putting it out there on social media and stuff. But
yeah.
um, I'll have to say, um, Florida still has DeSantis. I will say that for that much. I'm not sure. I mean, he's got a lot of people behind him, which he does some good stuff on certain aspects. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know how long this is going to last. You know.
Yeah.
But there's a few other states that are really have gotten a lot of people mad because um, yeah, it's I
Well,
don't understand it.
mate,
What some people are, they don't understand. I don't know why they don't want freedom.
this
You know.
Biden guy just seems to me like
Yeah,
he
shit.
went up.
I'm telling you, my
Go on, mate.
nickname for the prez and the vice prez are shits and giggles. All right, because the president's talking about shitting himself, and the vice president giggles a lot. So shits and
Yeah.
giggles. Shits and giggles are no good for us. I mean, for real.
No,
And
no.
and it's and it's, I honestly, man, see, the thing is, they're already ScrewTube is already trying to. They already did it for the 2020 election. If you say anything against the narrative, they'll try and strike you. Now they're already doing for the 2022.
Yeah.
And because I mean, what was it? There was a stream that I Tribe that was doing one, and in the middle of his live stream, they marked on YouTube. Um, about the 2022 election thing, put a little notice on his little live stream on YouTube, and while he was streaming. So most likely he's probably
Wow.
going to get a strike or something like that. But but anyway, yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's the mainstream narrative is what they want us all to say and talk about. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So that's why I'm kind of
Well,
like doing the thing, You know.
I mean, look, Aniki, I watch a lot of news channels, and especially I don't watch British news channels because I don't want to hear our British narrative and what we're being led to believe. So I watch a lot of foreign channels because you find out what's going on in the world, what we'd never hear about on the British channel. But I've been watching Al Jazeera a bit, and it's really, and it has been for a long time. It's very anti-Trump, anti-Republican, and it's the narrative. I've actually caught them lying. How you doing, sir? I watched a live thing, and it was. I remember when Black Lives Matter was around,
Yeah.
and yeah, and it was Trump went out to the church and put the Bible up, and I watched that live, and the Al Jazeera reporter was in the crowd just stirring up trouble and deliberately, and then he basically said a certain few things, and then they went over to the studio, and it had breaking news, riots and rubber bullets and all this, and I thought, you fucking lying bastards, man. I just watched that live, and there was none of that. It was bullshit, man. The news that, I mean, our news, the BBC, is just so. And this is the one thing I wanted to say on Al Jazeera. I was watching, right, is Al Jazeera had a program, and it was called Black Votes Matter. I don't live in the States, so I don't know, but he was saying things like, they're making it harder for the black guy to vote in poorer areas where most of the black guys live. So I was thinking, okay, and it came out with, it threw this in the middle, it's the trans community as well. And transvestites live in the same fucking village where there's no polling station. I just thought and no one actually said, well, and questioned it. It's what they do is they throw these little things in,
Yeah. No, well, I
and
mean,
people just believe it.
well, put it this way, Mark. I mean, shit. I mean, how about this new PM over there? Isn't that awesome? I mean, they're just pretty much giving you pretty much whatever they want to give you as a PM. What's up, Sunfish?
I mean,
Not much.
he
I'm
was
just
all,
listening to him.
yeah, he lost the leadership race. Anyway, listen, I've just got to go to the John, as you guys call it. So give me a second, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Right on. Good to see you, Sunfish, man.
That's always going to be like a problem with the Middle East and America because of what America stands for.
Yeah. Well, and that's another thing too. It's like they're like I said, when it comes down to ScrewTube, they're already trying to give strikes about this going against the official narrative of this whatever. You know what I mean? Even considering anything other than the official narrative.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy, But like I said, there was people there at the place trying to do the thing, and they were telling them all the things were broken and they can't do it, but their stuff will be counted. I'm like, okay, but I don't know. It. I don't know how we're going to turn this around. I'm not sure how we're going to do this because there's too many people in the positions of power that are destroying us. I mean, if they're not doing it willingly, they're doing it just because they're being told to do it and getting paid to do it.
Well, the bottom line is like everybody that needs a, there's it's gonna happen. I don't know when, but it's just gonna happen. Where there's just gonna be a bunch of people that's gonna put their differences aside and stand together, because we really got to think about our future. We really got to think about
communities. I'm gonna tell you, man, it's gonna come down to our communities, where we're at right now. You know what I mean? And it might come down to the point. I mean, seriously, bugging out is always an option. It may not be the option you want, but it's always an option. And then you got to think about where in the fuck you're gonna go then.
What do you mean by bugging out? What do you mean by that?
Like, for instance, if you were forced out of your home where you cannot stay there any longer, going somewhere else, bugging out.
Oh, what you mean, like sort of living off grid sort of thing? Is that what you mean?
No, if for instance, okay, let's just say like a natural disaster. All right, if you had a natural disaster and there was like a fire and your house burned down, you were forced to go somewhere else. All right. That's one thing. Like, for instance, like if all the crap does go to shit, and then everybody is forced to move from where they're at because there's for some reason, all right?
Yeah.
Having somewhere to go and where you're going to go and all that stuff, and not everybody has that option. And then if you're like forced to a point where you have no choice but to go somewhere that you were forced to go, like into a camp, because I mean, I know they're building all these things over in the UK, and I know they're doing it all over here in the US. All these big prisons, these big camps and stuff. They call them FEMA camps over here, but over there, I know they're spending a lot of money in building these big, huge prisons and stuff over there. It's like, what are they going to use that? I mean, are they expecting on putting more and more people in prison?
These Walmarts that they can move the shelves out of the way real quick.
Right. I mean, you think about it, like they can have the whole inside of the Walmart store as the actual prison part, population part, and they have the outside garden center area that could be the outside, to let them get, let the prisoners get outside and walk around. It's already fenced in and everything. You know what I'm saying? They got cameras all over Walmart. It's already ready. I mean,
face recognition cameras.
Well, there's already some Walmarts that have already started closing. See, there's certain telltale signs that where you can tell that they're actually starting the whole infrastructure up. Like right before all this crap that happened up in the Ukraine and all that stuff. All right, that things up there right before all that stuff happened, there was massive shipments of blood. All right, and when they start shipping massive amounts of blood, something's going to happen, and that's when all the stuff started kicking off. It was right after all that. You think about it, because they're expecting wounds and deaths and blah blah blah, so they're going to need blood to do that. You know what I mean? So if you're watching that too,
well, this has been going on for a long while. That Ukraine thing is, there's been Romans there for a while, and before that there was a change, an uprising and stuff like that. So there's been a lot of trouble there for a long time, and it's probably all deliberate. I was in Germany, the US.
Soviet Union.
Say that again?
Since the fall of the Soviet Union in the early 90s, dude, that's like how it's been.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, once there was all the Eastern Bloc countries, as we call them, they all went, they lost power of them, and it's basically, it was just Russia then, wasn't it, on its own? So they're right at the doorstep, and I don't think they're gonna let that come any further, man. There's no way they can let it go any further. So
Well, I'm gonna
I
tell you,
think,
Mark. I'm gonna tell you, Putin was sitting there talking for about a decade or more about warning about NATO and in the EU getting closer and closer to his borders. He kept, I mean, for a decade or more, he kept on
yeah,
saying, "You do not do it," and they're like pushing right up against it, and actually, as of recently, I mean, I know you know this is like they just signed an agreement, like in Ukraine, they just signed an agreement with NATO to join, to be, to kind of like
yeah.
be part of it.
They're not going to
Well,
have that, are they? The Russians. They're just,
that's
that's why
that's
they,
that
they annexed the Crimea in 2018, I think it
exactly,
was.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's another thing too. While that's all going on up there, we got that thing down here with Taiwan. That is going to happen. All right. And it's the same type of scenario. They're just
yeah.
trying to, basically absorb Taiwan back into China, you know,
Yep.
and and that's
Well,
and
you've only got to look at
All
where
about
it's
money
in.
and
It's in the
electronics.
yeah, it's in the South China Sea, so
yeah,
that can
It's
explain
all about
quite a lot
money and
to you by
electronics.
just the name of it.
right.
If you there's a lot of these places around the world are controlled by other countries, and the countries sitting right next to it. I'd say they'd have more of a claim to that small island, and well, I know Taiwan's not small, but it's more Chinese than it is European or American. Let's
That's
just put it
that's
that way.
that's that on that land on that end of it. That's okay. See, technically, as far as I know, technically Taiwan is still part of China. All right,
Yeah,
because and also there's that one China thing, that one China rule or whatever. And the American government or the American corporation posing as a government actually agrees that with the one China thing, but they're also going to trying to defend Taiwan. This is another thing. That's another conflict they're going to try and get us into right there. And China is going to do it. And China's see Taiwan. See, this is another thing too. I think I've said this to you before, but
yeah,
Taiwan produces a lot of the
yeah,
electronics
yeah.
type
It's
circuitry
it's a funny
all
one.
over the world. That's one of the biggest things. And then on top of that, China produces almost
Yeah, the
all,
chips
not
that they
all, but
produce, all the
well,
microchips.
yeah, China also produces almost all the solar panels. Not all of them, but majority of the solar panels on the
Yeah,
world.
Yeah.
So they're trying to control that part of it. You know what I mean? And if you think about it, like when all this crap in the arm was started a couple years ago, a lot of like the defibrillators and the respirators and stuff like that, the circuitry that actually builds that equipment comes from freaking Taiwan and China. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
just life-saving equipment that we use in our medical field comes from countries that might be our enemy. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. Isn't it?
Yeah, because we're not producing anything. That's what another thing that's a real downfall of our country is because they've outsourced every fucking thing, and we don't produce anything here anymore. We're all consumers now. It's like now
Yeah,
we're dependent on everything else, everyone else. I mean, we're freaking getting oil from Saudi Arabia. What the hell? You know?
yeah. What's
Uh,
happened to? Do you not get all your oil from Texas no more?
no,
Is
no,
that long gone? Is it?
no. It's capped off most of it. I mean, and then on top of that, they're
Yep.
selling it off. The thing calling itself a government is fucking selling off our oil reserves and shit like that. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I was watching an old President Reagan thing, and you said it the other day. I can't remember what line you said it, but it made me smile. And what was it? Reagan said something about if you hear these words, you're in trouble. Don't worry, we're
Oh,
here to help you, and we're
I
from
know.
the
Yeah, I
government.
know. Yeah, yeah. It's the 9 most terrifying words in the English language. I'm from the
Yeah,
government, and I'm here to help.
yeah, yeah. It was Reagan what said
Anytime
it.
you hear a government agent say, "I'm here to help," you should be very, very afraid.
Yeah, you're banging trouble.
Well,
Fucking
because they're not here to help you, they're here to help themselves. You know,
Yeah.
that's why they call it like what justice is actually just us. I mean, you
What?
know,
Yeah. Sorry, Aniki. What's the other guy? Is it Sunfish?
yes.
How you doing, Sunfish?
I'm doing great.
Where are you from in the States?
I'm in Texas.
Oh, you're Texan, yeah. I worked with many Texans. Yeah. Most of them good guys.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
lot of good old boys in here.
Yeah, I worked on a U.S. Army base in Germany, and I don't know why, but nearly all the electricians were from Texas. Yeah, so
There's a lot of electricians down here.
yeah, well, a lot of them were on this job. Yeah, having a nice time, well paid, playing golf on a Sunday. It was good times, man. Good times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I was just looking at Fox, a little bit of Fox News, and I see you've got another storm heading in your way, Wingnut.
Yeah, I know. It's supposed to be hitting land probably tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's nothing for you guys though.
another damn hurricane. You know, it's like, you
Yeah.
know, it's like 1 or 2 a year. It's like it's like it's old news to me. It's just, you know, I mean, because I'm pretty much, I grew up in Florida most of my life, so
Yeah. So it's just like just another thing you're just used to, I suppose.
yeah, yeah, pretty much. You know, it's not my first rodeo. I've been through them before. I've been through pretty bad ones and stuff. So I mean, you know, the thing is like right now where it's going to actually hit land and actually go across Florida is down in Central Florida, where I used to grow up in Orlando, and I got family all through that area, and so yeah, we'll see what happens.
What's the worst one you've experienced in
That was
your time?
Hurricane. That was Hurricane Michael here in Panama City 4 years ago. That was a Category 5.
I got a brother that lives over there by Kid Apple.
Yeah, well, that's where the pretty much the eye of the hurricane, like going right over top of that sucker. I'm telling you, it's pretty much. It's like the eye of the hurricane. If you follow the track that they, you know, the computer track they got, the eye of the hurricane is going to go right over Orlando, kind of curve a little bit, going up toward Ocala, maybe go into the Gulf, and then curve back toward Tallahassee. But it depends on if it gets into the Gulf. Some of that warm water might generate a little bit more strength and make it a little bit, you know, who knows? I'm up here in Panama City, so we're probably going to get the outskirts of it. You know what I mean? Like a lot of probably some rain and some wind, but that's probably all we'll get, unless it does something funky in the next couple of days. You never know.
Yeah, we had a did you see the little island? The video I put up, Annika. I'm sure you left a comment.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, well, I got a little boat and it's moored up on a small island. There's about 10 or 15 different boaters moored up on this island, and it's a private island. And there's no mooring fees or nothing. He's give it to me because he doesn't have a boat at the moment, but he'd be buying one in the spring. Anyway, it's not far from where I live, and it rained for 12 hours solid. Anyway, I went to the island to see if the boat was all right, and the island was underwater. I couldn't get to the boat. I just thought, oh my God, man. Anyway, it was listing a little bit. So the next day I went to it, and I could get on the island, and it was fine. There was water at the bottom of the hull of the boat, which is to be expected. You always get that on boats, so I just got to pump that out. But yeah, the rain's been pretty bad here as well, you know. It's not been like, you know, it was just so surprising though. And the guy who gave me it, the mooring spot, he said to me, "That's the work." He said it's the first time the island's been underwater for nearly 40 years.
Huh. So, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So,
see, we're lacking. We need rain bad here.
Well, it's pretty
Yeah,
crazy, you know. I think they're talking about a bunch of rain here in Florida, and then there's like snowstorms over on the east side. I mean, on the west side, it's pretty crazy weather going on. You know.
yeah. Well, I mean, the the world's heating up. That's a fact, and whether it's to do with humans, I doubt that. Me personally, I think it's all down to just the cycle of the planet.
Yep.
Weather things, and I think that they want us to fall into line with their climate agenda that we're all using
Well,
too
yeah. I mean,
much.
that's all about money, dude. They want to steal some
Yeah.
more of our wealth in the name of climate change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's what it is. Because I mean, honestly, what do you think that they could do about climate change if you pay them some money?
yeah.
And they already
Well, it's
admitted
them.
cloud seeding.
Yeah, well, that's weather modification and manipulation. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I mean, you could Google it. I mean, that's simple Google search. You can Google what businesses actually do weather modification or cloud seeding as a service or product. Dude, a lot of them will list up, and if you start looking
Yeah.
into these companies, you start realizing and looking at how much they charge for this service. Dude, only governments can actually afford this. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
not an average Joe can't go out there and hire these guys to cloud seed and start a rainstorm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, the carbon footprint guy. I know he's where that saying was made up.
Right. Well, see, I'm gonna check this. What makes the biggest carbon footprint? Governments,
Well,
because they
government.
Yeah,
use they
yeah,
use the most stuff. You know.
Make sure
yeah.
you take
But
some.
what I'm saying when that is the
Ammo.
carbon footprint is was the phrase was first made up by BP, British
Right.
Petroleum, and
Yeah.
it was to make us feel guilty that we're
Hmm.
using too much stuff. But yet, yeah, they're selling the stuff to us. So
Yeah, well, they gotta make it sound like there's not enough. They want to make that because they can hike the prices up if they make it sound like there's a shortage of it. You
yeah,
know, that's what
well,
they are. I
it's a
mean, because
guilt
quite
trip as
honestly,
well
yeah, I know. That's the thing
to
is they
make
they
you
try
feel like it's down to you. Your carbon footprint's too
right.
big, brother. You need
Yeah,
to make it smaller, and yet they're the ones who are making the footprint like fucking the abominable snowman. You know what I
right.
mean?
Yeah, it is. It's a scam, Mark. I'm gonna tell you, man. That's all it is. It's a scam. It's
It
kind of like
is.
what is that? Like Greta Thunberg or whatever that chick's name
Ugh,
is goes
yeah,
around. Dude, that's a
How
scam.
dare you?
yeah,
It's like child
How
abuse
yeah.
dare
running
you?
that
She's
girl around.
yeah, 100%, man. Anyway, Aniki, I'm getting pretty tired now. What's it, 11:30 now? So I'm gonna jump off. I thought I'd come up and say hello and talk to you guys for a little while. Always
All
a
right.
pleasure.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Sunfish, take it easy, man.
You too, Mark.
Wingnut, I'll catch you soon, yeah?
All right, man.
Hey, where
Cheers.
you
Cheers.
from?
I'm from London.
You're from London? Heck yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, crazy city.
Yeah.
Too
Yeah.
busy.
Yeah. Keep me posted on what's going on over there, Mark.
I will do, Wingnut, mate. I'll see you around, we always
All
bump
right.
into each other somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Take care, my friends. Sunfish, nice one, mate. Take care.
You too, sir.
See, this is one of the things that I like about um, like talking international. Anyway, is like I don't really want to rely on mainstream media to tell me what's going on. I'd rather just talk to somebody that lives in that neighborhood. you know. Actually,
Yeah.
there was some protests and stuff like that. Man, he was out there live streaming it. It was pretty cool. You didn't see anything about those protests on mainstream media.
Nope. There's a lot of things that they hide.
Yeah.
A
I mean,
lot of things.
I'll give you an example. Like for instance, the 5th of November protests and stuff like that. That happens every year. But I mean, you don't see nothing about that on mainstream media. And
Yeah.
But not a whole lot of people know the whole story anyway. I mean, except here in the U.S. anyway. But the only thing people know about when it comes down to Guy Fawkes is like what they said in the comic books and the movie.
What is that?
Bunch of canned veggies and shit. Look good.
Where'd you guys get these at?
Pantry.
Are they good dated? We date them? Or is it right? Oh yeah, I'll take these. Because that's not until 2025. Make sure to stock up on your veggies and your canned meats and your beans and rice. Make sure you have that, you know. Always got to make sure to have a good pellet rifle, a couple of them. And
Big.
Yep. You should always have at the minimum 2 weeks of food and water, medication, and whatever else you need for medical stuff. Some way of protecting all that shit. And you know, those are the main things anyway.
I mean, you're not going to be a happy camper if you go in my house. Because I'm crazy. I'll shoot through the walls. I got a 20 gauge shotgun with sable rounds. I mean, that's gonna be plenty enough to go through a couple walls.
Yeah, see, that's something, man. I'm still keeping my eyes open for. It's just like just a 12 gauge or something, man. I want to get me something.
Actually, the 12 gauge is where it's at because you can find ammunition for 12 gauge more commonly than you can.
I know. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the other reasons why I'm kind of wanting to get something like that. I'm keeping my eyes open and seeing if I can, find one for the right price or whatever. And because I'm trying not to have too many different types of calibers, but
Yeah. But this is what I've been seeing commonly. Like,
right.
I don't do ammo a lot, but I see 9mm. I see 22 long rifle. I see 12 gauge. I see 5.56 all the time. Like a lot of 5.56.
I know. Actually, it's getting hard for me to find my damn 45 full metal jacket. And I'm just talking about just like in the stores around here. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about getting on the internet or anything, but just stores around here.
And you're looking at like $30 to $40.
Probably more, depending. I mean, I think it was close to that, or close. Well, it was probably close to that for a 50 box. A while, a few years back or something like that. But I don't know what it is now. I haven't been shopping for ammunition in a while. I've been kind of holding on to what I have, because I haven't even really been out target practicing in a little while. I've been kind of holding on so I don't have to buy anymore. Yeah,
that's one cool thing about like the Colt 1911. They actually make a 22 kit.
I know, dude. I looked into that shit, man. It's like I would love to be able to have that, and also just for my 40, just leaving it as a 45. But they got this carbine type attachment that you can put on the lower receiver and make it into like basically a rifle. And I would love to send that 45 round just a little further distance. You know what I'm sucking? I think that would be nice.
I got that kit from my Beretta M9, and it comes with a 5.5-inch barrel.
Right on.
So it's a 22 with a 5.5-inch barrel. That thing's fucking. It'll rock them out there.
UK transparent. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, I've got an axe actually. I just bought I just bought this. It's my early birthday present I bought myself. Let me think about it. Let me get.
Oh, you got a zombie axe?
Well, I guess you could. It would be good in the zombie apocalypse. Hold on, let me it's a hatchet,
Dude,
and
that is big thing.
I just made this this case for it though, so I can. But it's like a regular hatchet.
Oh, where'd you get that at?
Of all places, which I rarely go to, but it was all places. It was Bass Pro Shop. Believe it or not. And but I was down at my mom's house, and I rarely ever go in a Bass Pro Shop. But I was down there waiting on my mom to get back from something, and I decided to just go do some window shopping. I went in there and looked around, saw this, had enough money in my pocket, and I was like, you know what? I've been wanting one of those for a while, and this is a good one too. I mean, it's a good steel.
Yeah.
But and the main reason why I wanted this is because I could take it off the head off the handle, and it'd be easier to like pack up a backpack and all that kind of stuff.
Well,
I've
yeah,
got a couple other.
make
I got
another handle for it real easy.
that's the other thing too. I mean, but yeah, this is my early birthday present to myself, and
Dude, that's something I've been looking for because I want something like that, but only to break down animals like the cord worm.
right.
Because it's kind of hard to get sometimes to do that, like the ball joints where, like you're taking off a whole quarter, the back hind, and you're getting through that ball joint with a knife. Kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I don't like sawing on that, so it's just better off cutting it.
Yeah, well, I've got a bunch of different knives and machetes, and I've got a couple of hatchets and stuff like that, but I didn't really have an axe, like an actual like kind of like actual axe, that I can take when I'm like backpacking and stuff. And
Yeah.
because I've got a nice actually I don't know, I made a video about it one time too, but I took an old carpenter's hatchet. You know what I'm talking about when I say that? An old
Mm-hmm.
carpenter's hatchet that had the little hammerhead on the back end of it, and it's got like a little groove you can pull nails and stuff.
Yep.
Well, I took one of those and I modified it to almost look like the head of that tomahawk. I cut a lot of steel back and shaped the head of the axe different, and it made it a whole hell of a lot better actually. And I use that to kind of carry with my backpack, but that's only like a hatchet size. You know what I mean? It'll do the
Yeah.
job, but it's like hatchet size. I wanted something that had a little bit longer handle, and a tomahawk. I think fits perfect for what I
Dude, that
want.
thing's beautiful. It even has a little notch in the back, so you can use it as a hammer.
It's got a little like a little nub on the back. I can use it like a hammer, but I can weld something on the end of that, so it's a little bit more of a hammerhead type nub on it. And but I'm kind of just waiting. I want to use it a little bit more because I just got it not too long ago. I haven't really. I've gone out here and chopped on a log and stuff to kind of like get a feel for it and stuff, but I haven't like taken it out on camping trip or anything like that. And I just
Yeah.
want to use it a little bit more as it is now, and then if I feel like modifying it, and then I'll do that, because I'll probably modify the handle anyway. I want to put some grooves in the handle so it doesn't slip out of my hand as easy, and just something that um, I can't wrap anything on it because then I can't take the axe head off, so I'll just have to like you know carve some grooves in the handle
I
or
know how to
something.
do checkering, like like a grip on a rifle.
Something like that. I'll have to do something like that. But yeah, because because I know, especially the heat of the summer, man, down here in Florida, I'll be sitting out there swinging that thing. I'll be sweating. That thing's gonna slide out of my freaking hand. You know what I mean? And so I need to do something with that. And
Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want that to happen.
no, because I got everything that I got when it comes down to it. I wrap the handle with like paracord or some shit like that because
Yeah.
it's so easy for things to just slip out of my hand when I'm all sweating. You know, I mean, but I can't do that with that. So I'll just have to like do some kind of like checkering or some kind of something like that.
Is it a
Carved
round
into it.
stock or is
Yeah.
it a kind of oval?
Well, it's kind of oval shape. It's a kind of oval shape, but you know what I mean. But I think I can
You
get with
can
it.
go. I would get a Dremel and just
That's what I
put
was.
it in
That's what I
bind
got. That's what I'm gonna do.
and just
Yep.
Dremel your grips out.
Well, see what what I wanted, what I'm thinking about doing is I'll sit there and I'll just draw it out with like a marker on it, and then I'll just come
Yeah.
back with a Dremel and just Dremel it out, and that'll be all I need. Maybe go back with some sandpaper and then put some more tung oil on it, and I'll be good to go. You know,
Oh yeah.
and but but yeah. So yeah, I mean those are things like that. I mean, you know, I'm trying to. I'm trying not to spend too much money on a lot of stuff because I do have a lot of stuff as it is, but if I do, I'm just going to do on absolutely something I know I can use and I will use that kind of shit. Um, I
Oh
just
yeah.
don't. I can't do it. I have a habit though of buying things that you know, like I'll buy a DVD, you know, like a movie or something like that. You know, I have a habit of doing that shit. Like if I see something I want to keep in my collection, I would like to watch more than once, I'll probably buy it. You know, and that sucks too because I got like cardboard. I got boxes full of DVDs, man. You know,
Oh yeah.
but you know, when the apocalypse happens, man, all I need is a generator and my DVD player, and I can have movie night. You
That's right.
know,
See, that's man. That's like that's why I'm leaning more of the way of like finding like an old Ford Econoline van and just like decking it out because you can really make those things strong.
yeah, yeah. For me, it just comes down to money, man. I mean, I lived in a van for a while. I mean, but it was a Volkswagen Westphalia, 1976 Volkswagen, and but one of those camper vans or whatever. But I totally modified it and did some stuff different to it. But I lived in that for I don't know 3 or 4 years or something like that. I'm traveling around the country and shit. But and I have an old Dodge that I was going to do the same thing. I tore everything out. I gutted the whole thing, man. I was going to redo the whole back end of it and kind of like make that into a camper. But the transmission on that thing is a shit transmission, so that's I'm kind of like trashing that idea. So, but
See,
uh,
like either want to do that or find a truck, like a full size, another full size truck, and then get like a ladder rack on it. Because with a ladder rack, it's pretty much a pre-frame right there for what I want to do, and so I can make me my own little camper on the back.
well, that'd be cool. I mean, I you know, um, I'm always thinking in the back of my head, you know, like I know the vehicle that I have now. I definitely cannot sleep in that sucker, but I'm always thinking in the back of my head with any whatever vehicle I have is like, can I sleep in this if I need to? You know,
Yeah.
because you never know when you're in a situation. You never know, and that's another thing too. Is like I gotta actually, I'm gonna have to go through all my bug out gear, all my like get home bags and all that stuff. I'm gonna have to go through all that stuff again and kind of you know because it's been a while since I've gone through all my stuff. You know,
Oh yeah.
and kind of redo it and maybe like you know switch things around or like rotate shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, I got some plans of like making something really cool. Something like, cause I like to camp a lot. I like to go out and just like, I like to, man, I go fishing, man. I don't like to just go out there for a couple hours. I like to go out there for like at least a day or 2 days.
Yeah, that's nice. Man, I haven't done that. I haven't gone out in a while. It's been a little while since I've gone out camping, but um like about a year or so. But still, I mean, you know, there's a lot of cool places around here. I love the rivers around here because there's a lot of springs and stuff on them. I'll find some places, man. People just don't. You don't see anybody out there for like days. You know, you'll be the only ones
Yeah.
out there. I like finding places like that because I know plenty of places where you can go and you'll see people all day long. It's like you can't get away from people. You know what I mean? I know where those places are. You know, if you want to go
I
to a
mean,
spring and then see a bunch of people, I know exactly where to go.
you know, like I got a boat too. I paid $100 for a boat with a trailer and an outboard on it. And the outboard runs.
Right.
So the only thing I have to do is just, redo the floor in it, brightens it up a little bit, and probably do like a gel coating on that damn fiberglass.
I'm gonna tell you something, Sunfish, and I know I'm not the only one that's thought about it. But if it all goes to shit, I might become a river rat.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my plan is.
You know, like I said, I know I'm not the only one that thought about it. You know what I mean?
I'm a fucking fishing fucking fool, dude. Like, you get me out there, dude, I'll fucking put some fish on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to have a fishing pole to do it either. Like, I ain't afraid of the noodle. I ain't afraid to get the gig out and go gig catfish. Like, I know those catfish go. Like, the river that we're close to is the damn Brazos River,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
and it's shallow. It's a shallow river. So, like, if you go over like the spillovers and stuff like that with a light, you'll see the catfish right in there in that shallow water right now.
Right.
You just go there and gig them. Boop.
Yep. Hell yeah. Because I mean, that's good to know too. You know, it's like, I mean, like for instance, I thought about it. I mean, I can't remember what is it, the Swanee River, I think it is. I can't remember. I think it's a Swanee River or whatever. But that goes all the way from down here in Florida all the way up to like almost the top of the north end of Georgia, or on the north
Yeah.
end of Alabama or whatever, or yeah, or something Georgia. Yeah. Um, up
See,
like
there's the
almost
pros and there's the cons of it.
the
See, the
what?
pros is it's going to be like a really awesome hunting for you because you can sneak up on anything you want to that's close to the water.
All right.
All right. The cons is like if somebody sees you and like it just depends on the situation, they could shoot you like a duck on water.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, I know I'm not the only one that's thought the idea. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So, but I can see how I can probably um live out the rest of my days if I need to. For instance, just
It'd be really cool.
become a river rat, and I know I could probably, uh, you know, I don't know, maybe hide out from everything. Who knows?
Hey, if these people from South America can make a damn submarine, why can't a guy in Florida make a damn submarine and live in the river?
I'm wouldn't be,
Just saying.
dude. I'm probably sure some Florida boy did. I mean, I mean, for real. I mean, you just leave it up to
It
some
is
Florida
Florida.
guy. We'll figure out how to make something. We'll put damn mud tires on that fucker while you're bullshitting on a submarine.
That's what they do, man. Like down there in Florida, I'm telling my friend real quick. Down there in Florida, they take pontoon boats and they take like the decking off of a pontoon boat and put it on a truck frame and have like a 350. You make it all-wheel, like 4-wheel drive, and just make a big old swamp buggy.
Woo! That's crazy.
Damn tires are taller than you.
Yeah,
8-foot fucking tires.
monster
I'm
truck
serious.
tire, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Go.
Dude, there's a down in the Everglades, down in South Florida. Me and my ex-girlfriend, we were camping out there one time, and next thing you know, we see these two big ass dually trucks pulling trailers behind them. All right, and they had what they had. Okay, do you know what a scissor lift is?
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, they had something that was like a modified scissor lift that was with big ass monster truck tires on it. All right. All right. Well, that was on the trailer. All right. Well, they pull up, and we were out there in the with the Everglades and some of the national forest out there. We were just kind of camping out there. Well, they pull up with these suckers. They get out, pull these things off the trailer, and just drive off into the swamp and disappear. I was like, holy crap, man. And what they did is they'll find a spot out there and then scissor lift that thing way up and use it for a hunting platform out there in the middle of the damn swamp. You know what I mean?
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean, just leave it to some Florida guy. We'll figure it out when it comes down to it.
That's crazy, dude.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, I was like, here, hold my beer. Watch this.
Yeah. You ain't kidding. Isn't it rednecks with paychecks from there? Like they throw that damn festival down there in Florida or Georgia.
Wait a minute, say it again.
Rednecks with paychecks.
Rednecks with paychecks.
I think that's in Oklahoma, I think.
I was like, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about it. Yeah.
Like the Badlands of Oklahoma.
Well, no, where I live is what they call the Redneck River area. The Redneck River area. However you say that word. River area? River area?
Yeah.
The Redneck River area. River area. I can't even say it. My damn mouth won't work.
River. I can't even say it too.
The Redneck River area. River. I keep on adding something to
Didn't they
it.
make a like a Buick Riviera?
Like a reparation.
Did it Buick or like was it Oldsmobile?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we got them airboats here too, man.
Maybe. Say it again.
You would hear them ripping out there on the lake.
Oh yeah, man. Well, you know, the only thing I love riding in them suckers, but they're just so damn loud. That's the only thing about them.
Appreciate it.
I also seen like they got these riverboats, but they have like they usually take like them blown LS motors and put in them,
Yeah.
and these guys can go up damn rapids. Like that's what they do. Like they just go up rivers in those damn things.
Dude, I was sitting there thinking about it. It's like, have you ever seen like I think it's in Thailand, man. Pretty much anything they will soup up and try and race it. I mean, they will do boats. They'll do like farm equipment. I mean, they'll do semi trucks. Dude, I'm serious, man. There was just like big festival where they do all these semi trucks and stuff like that. Dude, they customize them suckers so much. I'm serious. There was one guy. He had 14 fucking rear view mirrors on one side, 14 rear view mirrors on the other side. He had all these like damn chrome like horns all up and down the sucker, and he had lights, neon lights, kicking ass system in it. I was like, holy crap. And then that was not the only truck. There were so many other trucks that did it. And then they were racing them. And then dude, they have like these tractors they use in the rice paddies. They'll race those suckers. They'll soup them up and shit, and they'll fucking walk down the damn thing. It's crazy.
Are you talking about like Thailand and all that?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, they have a problem right now. Like I've actually I like racing, so like I like to watch like different kinds of racing from different countries. And
dude,
I think in Thailand they're having a big problem with like underground scooter racing.
Anything with wheels, they will race it. They will race it. I mean, they'll do boats too, but I mean, anything with wheels, they'll race it.
Like they're stupid, dude. Like they'll wear flip flops, dude, no race suits or nothing like that, and go out there and race.
All right.
And then they crash and die, and
yeah, well. You know, I guess it thins out the herd from stupid, you know what I mean? I don't know. But dude,
apparently they make like really good money doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, tell you, man, there's some money into the all the custom type of cars and the bikes and the boats and stuff and all that stuff. They do make some good money when they do those races and stuff, and a lot of people go to see that stuff too, man. When they have this, man, people will be standing out there in the fucking rain watching this shit. You know?
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh, yeah. You see that cigarette? Okay.
So, like here in the States, they got this one place where they actually race diesels. Like they put like a big like just one trailer load on there of like lumber.
Yeah.
Then they drag race uphill.
Right.
And that's always pretty neat. And they always like start off doing a big old wheelie, like one side.
Yeah.
I like
They do a lot of the mud stuff around here, you know, a lot of the, you know, dirt trails and mud trails and stuff like that, you know, with the trucks and the four-wheelers and the side-by-sides. You know, that's a lot of that shit around here.
like circle track racing and dirt drag racing. That's really big around here.
Oh, yeah.
Then we got a lot of street racing going on too.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, you hear them sometimes.
People race on motorcycles too.
Yeah.
I used to do, well, I didn't like ever compete, but I used to have like a dirt bike. That's what I grew up with, was a damn dirt bike, man. I was pretty damn good at it. I had a KX 500 at one time.
Oh, dude, the mule.
Hell yeah.
No, I'm gonna tell you something. When that damn power band kick in, it would almost throw you off that sucker.
Yeah, that's why they call it the mule.
There's a buddy of mine.
Badass.
I'm serious. There's a buddy of mine, man. He had a KX 500 too. And the thing is, I was over at I think it was his house or whatever. But there's this road that goes up like the backside of his house, and it goes up a hill. And at the top of the hill where the road goes, there's like a tree on one side of the road. And, you know, so like if you're looking at it from one direction, it's to look like at the top of the hill, you see a tree, and then you see the rest of the road past the tree. Well, I mean, the tree is not in the road or anything like that, but
Yeah.
damn Ryan starts going up that damn road, and right about at the top of the hill, I guess the power band kicked in, because all you saw when he went past the tree was him go one way and the bike the other way. Yeah. But he was crazy too. Though he was crazy, man. That guy, dude, that sucker, man. They used to do all that rock hopping type stuff. You know, they'd sit there and like you know, take their motorbike where they'd hop from one boulder to the next. Oh my gosh, man.
Dude, I think the most gnarliest bike that I have ever owned, and I rebuilt this whole thing. It was a '76 Suzuki 350 two-stroke. This is the Enduro.
Yeah.
That damn bike, we got it running. It took me a while to figure the tuning out on it. He had like 2 carburetors he had to tune with it. And so once we got the carburetors gone through, we got it running real good. That damn thing, well, it would get gnarly.
Dude, hell yeah. Dude, I remember I was up in North Carolina at the time, man. We were riding down this lake. It's just like a 1-lane dirt road down this mountain, all right? And we went up the road, and then we ended up turning around, and we were coming back down the road. And as we were coming down the road, somebody in a big ass truck was coming up the road at the same time. One side of the road is down in a ravine, the other side is going up the mountain. So we're like taking a U-turn. We're like going up the mountain through trees, trying to avoid the damn truck and shit. I'm serious. Buddy of mine was on the back of my friend's bike. He had his helmet was a little bit too loose, man. It started spinning around where he couldn't see. He was freaking out. He's like, stop, I can't see what's going on. He was freaking out. It was so damn funny, you know. But oh man, I barely missed that sucker too. That truck was like, oh, we were coming around a curve, and there it was, and we're like going up the fucking mountain and shit. You know what I mean?
Ultimate sucker moment.
Dude.
That's what that is. Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I had so much fun though. That was what I grew up on. That was before 4-wheelers and 3-wheelers came into play. It was just a damn old dirt bike and stuff, you know.
Shit, I used to have a little Honda 250 3-wheeler, man. That thing was fun.
Well, yeah, I used to when they first came out with three wheelers and stuff like that. I think my uncle had one, and the only problem with that is, man, I got I don't know. I was on the back of my bike with my cousin or whatever, and for somehow my damn leg gets caught underneath the damn tire and shit, and he's dragging me and like, and but they didn't have a lot of balance. He's like, you turn too damn quick, you'll flip over. That's what I hated about the three
Yeah,
wheeler.
that shit will throw you, or you're going with the bike.
Right, I know.
If you go with the bike, you're fucked.
But
That's one thing I've
yeah,
learned about dirt bikes. Like once you just gotta just like let go. You gotta know when to let go, because if not, if you stay with that bike, you're gonna get fucked up.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've been in a lot of those situations, man. I used to have a Yamaha 175 that I fucked up.
Sure, that's where I got in that wreck with that motorcycle. I had that was a Kawasaki. No, it's Kawasaki. It was a Honda Goldwing, and 1982 Honda Goldwing. I just T-boned a truck. This guy ran a stop sign, and I basically tried to take the side of his truck out with my face. You know what I mean? And it was like I remember the split second right before I hit the truck. I remember thinking in my head, "God damn it, I'm gonna hit this fucking truck." You know.
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
just
I
seen
remember
that.
thinking that in my head right before it happened, and then the next thing I know, I remember getting shoved into a helicopter and being life flighted to the hospital. You know,
Oh
that's all I
man.
mean, they evidently I was out on the damn pavement for like, I don't know, 45 minutes or something like that. But
I mean, I drove an older, like I think it was like an '86 or '87 Honda Goldwing, and those things are kind of big. I mean,
yeah.
you can maneuver them, but like you can't maneuver them fast like you can on dirt bike.
Well, and that was the thing too. It was, I guess they call, it's kind of like target lock type of scenario, because it was like I was thinking in the moment I was going the speed limit if not, but he basically didn't even stop or even pause. He just kind of ran the damn stop sign and kept on going. So I was sitting there thinking, I don't think I have enough speed and time to get in front of him, and I don't think I can get behind him, and so I ended up going straight into him. And
Oh
so,
yeah. Well, my
um,
last incident I had, it was pretty funny. I'll tell you about it. I was driving on the highway and I looked over and there was 2 deer. I'm like, oh look, there's deer. And next time I know it, one of
right.
them just ran right there, dude. I head checked his ass right there on my driver's side front bumper, ran him over.
I've had that happen to me too. I know now. If I see one, I'm gonna like, oh shit, there's probably two more right behind them. You know.
Yeah, said I said, oh shit, deer.
Yep. Dude, I don't that van I was talking about that I wanted to redo into a camper. It does not
Yeah.
have a windshield in it because one of these big ass fucking buzzards. There was like 4 or 5 buzzards eating on a damn carcass next to the side of the road. All right, and I was driving by, and they all fucking flew off, and one of them flew right into the damn windshield. It's about the size of a freaking person. It took out the whole freaking windshield.
To their fucking, I hate buzzards.
I'm telling you, man. So I mean, it's like it's sitting there right now. It doesn't even have a windshield because of that shit. I just haven't
Yeah.
any money to put in it, you know. But I was like, God damn, stupid bird. I hope it died too, man. I didn't even stop to check. I didn't even stop. It's like fucking buzzard. I mean, the only
Oh,
good thing I see about the buzzards, they're definitely nature's roadkill cleanup crew. But God, other than that, they're just a big fucking stupid bird. I don't know.
they are.
Well, I mean, there's
I've
a
seen
there's a
buzzards
there's a
fucking
there's a
commit suicide. It was funny.
oh yeah, pretty
Yeah, he
much.
goes up there and he grabs, like, he goes on the power pole and he goes right there where the electrodes are. And so he like grounds himself out and hits that one dude. It
Damn,
was pretty cool.
it's a barbecue.
Then the crazy thing about it, dude, them buzzards will eat each other.
Yeah, they will. They're scavengers. They're scavengers. You know what I mean? That's the. I mean that, like I said, that is the only, nature's cleanup crew. That is like the only good thing I see out of them. Other than that, But they are some big ass birds, man. There's a radio tower that's not that far where I'm at, and man, I'm gonna tell you, there's certain times of the year there'll be so many birds on that tower you won't even see metal. You know what I mean?
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it looks
We
like
got a
one
good
big
healthy
ass.
population around here.
What now?
So we got a good healthy population. Like they take care of my coyotes that I kill.
Yeah, that's what
They
I'm
take
saying.
care
I
of them in
mean,
like 2 days.
that is the good thing because, like, for instance, before I had my dogs, I had a problem with like raccoons and possums getting in my garbage can. So I'd kill them and I'd throw them out there in the yard. Within 2 days, there'd be nothing left. So that was the plus side. You know what I mean? And I've said that's what I've actually said to some of these guys. I've actually had some of these haters on the radio said they're going to come over here and they're going to, like, kill me or burn my house down, whatever, whatever. And I was like, well, fine. It's like, the only thing is, it's like, I have these animals out here that need to eat too. And I'm going to tell you something. I can throw your body out there in the yard and there will be nothing left in 2 days.
Yeah.
you know, they need to eat too. So if you feel froggy enough, come on down.
I mean, I know some places around here where the hogs will eat your teeth.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, you know what the thing is? Check this out. Hogs, I think they will not digest the teeth. They'll eat it, but guess what? From what I understand, now I may be wrong, but from what I understand, alligators will digest teeth.
Yeah, they can digest bone. They got that certain acid that actually breaks
Yeah,
down
so
bone.
they'll digest the teeth too, from what I understand. And I got plenty of alligators where I'm at. I
Oh
mean,
yeah. Yeah. Like
but
people, like it just people try to instill fear into other people, by word, but like you don't really know who you're messing with. You
no,
don't truly know who you're messing with, like with people's backgrounds and stuff like that. You don't, like especially at somebody's home, you don't just walk on somebody's property and say you're gonna kill them because you know what, this is my home. I know how to run around here quicker than you fucking will.
well, yeah, and see, okay, check this out. All right, for one, that's most of those haters out there to do like on the radio or even on the internet on the chats and whatever. They're all just a bunch of hot air. They ain't gonna get out of the chair that they're sitting in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there is also that random and odd chance there'll be that one crazy out there. All right, and that's what I actually try to put to some of these people that actually come out and try to start shit with people. I'm like, okay, you're starting shit with anybody and everybody. That's fine. Whatever. That's your thing. Okay, fine. But there's going to be that one person, that one fucking psychopath that's had enough of your shit, and they're going to come to you, and you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
There's always that chance. So I mean, why give you why do I don't understand why some people that their whole intention is actually to try and start shit. You know what I mean? Because you never
I
know.
don't get it.
You never know who lives close to you or who's willing to drive 2,000 miles. You never know. And but even then, I'm like, some of these guys that talk shit to me, I know they're not going to willing to come down here and do anything. And if they are, I got something for them. If they're willing to come down here and fuck with me, that's fine. It's like I got something for you. But I'm not going to sit there and go somewhere and go fuck with somebody. You know what I mean? I don't see any. I'm not out here to start anything with anybody. You know what I mean? And
That's
that's
right.
what.
That's the golden rule of thumb. And like, if you go out looking for trouble, you're gonna receive it. If you're not looking for trouble, you don't have nothing to worry about.
Well, yeah. I mean, okay. That's what I don't understand about some of these guys out here. Like I said, the trolls and the haters and stuff like that is nothing new because I mean, it was all before the internet and the cell phones existed anyway. They all been around anyway. So
I mean, they're just doing that to get their own kicks.
right, that's what they are doing. I mean, they're doing it to get their own jollies. They're get their own kicks out and stuff because they get something out of it. Well, some people they actually they fall into that trap. They give them exactly what they're asking for. You know what I'm saying? And that's where some people get that's where all this drama shit starts. You know what I mean?
The best solution for all that is just to ignore it.
That's one. But I'll tell you this from experience. I'll tell you this from experience. You can ignore it. That person will probably realize that they're not going to get anything out of you. All right. So what they'll do is they'll turn their attention on somebody else. They don't go away. They just are now their attention is on someone else. They're not on you anymore. They're just on somebody else now. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. It's like ignoring them only works, to a point, but they don't go away. They're still there. They're still doing their thing. It's just now somebody else is getting affected because they don't get anything out of you. And there's other ways of doing it too. Other ways of like.
I like me personally. I don't really give a fuck what people think about me because
right.
It shouldn't be that way. Because it only matters what you think about yourself. Because if you it all breaks down to about self-respect. If you have self-respect for yourself, then you have respect for others. That's
a good point. I mean, because I do know a lot of people really put a lot of emphasis on what other people think. Their whole life is dependent on what other people think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily, you shouldn't worry about it. You know what I mean? And what everybody else thinks doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean that they know what's best. You know what I mean? I'm serious.
No.
There's been many times that the group really don't know shit. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's really all down to you as yourself.
All right.
I truly that's how I truly believe. It's always down to yourself if you want to be involved with something. It's always down to yourself if you want to be positive or negative.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it goes.
Yeah, you'll attract what you put out. Put it that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I'm gonna put out, if I want to put out a bunch of negativity, I'm gonna get that in return, and then I'll probably bitch about it. You know what I mean? That's how some of these guys do it. I'm serious. Some of these guys, they'll put out all this hate and discontent, and then when they get the hate and discontent back, they bitch about it and try to act the victim. I'm like, dude, you're the one that you caused it in the first place. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. It's that projectionism. Where they project all their downfalls and their problems on other people.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm that's a lot of problem with these younger women.
Oh yeah. I don't really deal with a lot of younger women, so I really don't know. I really don't. I don't. I mean, I don't really see. I used to when I worked in the bar. I used to deal with them all the time, but in quite a few years, I haven't been around a lot of younger women. So,
like what I'm basically saying, there's more women out there that are gonna play you than there is actually women that are gonna be true to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Gold diggers and shit like that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, man. I'll tell you this. Almost every single girlfriend I've ever had, and I've had a few of them. I'll tell them straight up from the beginning. I'm not here to take care of you. You know what I mean? I can almost just barely take care of myself. I'm not here to take care of you.
Yeah.
And I've gotten to the point where I was like, well, shoot, man, she's better have her own damn job, her own damn place, her own damn car. So she's not trying to mooch off of me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of weird nowadays. I guess it's that equality, it's like you want to be equal, you're gonna have to have your own car, your own place.
Oh yeah. They always say to set your standards high, I don't know why.
Wait a minute, say it one more time.
Some people say when it comes to dating, you got to set your standards high.
Oh yeah.
I think that's a lot of crap.
I know women, they put a lot of standards and all that other stuff. Or they're picky. I know a lot of them are picky and stuff like that. So I'm just like, well, shit, I kind of do the same thing. I'm gonna be picky too. You know what I mean? But you know, I'm not really worried about it. Actually, I've got too much shit on my plate right now, really, to have like a female in the mix of it. You know what I mean? It's just like, golly, man. It's like I know exactly, you know, what will happen from past experiences and stuff like that. You know, unless I find a woman out there that actually compliments me, you know, totally, where we become like a one person type of scenario, that would be cool. But I honestly
Yeah.
think, you know, now I don't know for sure. Now it's just me personally in my own life. You know how they say there's that one person for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think I kicked that girl to the curb a long time ago. So I think I'm screwed. You know what I mean? Because honestly, there was one of my ex girlfriends that I probably should not have done what was done, and probably should have stayed with her, and she was probably the one. I don't know, but you know what I mean. But I kicked her to the
You know, the
curb.
way I look at it, the way I look at it, she wasn't the one for you, okay? Because like
Well, okay, fair enough, fair enough. But I'm almost 50, dude. You know who knows what's gonna happen. Um,
that's right. Like every day could be something different, dude. Like you
that's
never know.
true.
You could be on the store the
Yeah.
next day and really meet somebody and talk to a girl, and
Well, I
then
do. Yeah, yeah. You never know. But the
that's
only, you
right.
know, I'm gonna tell you something. I actually, I, I'm gonna tell you, majority of the women around here are big girls, man. And I'm telling you, if I want to find the woman of my dreams, I'm gonna have to go somewhere else.
Oh man.
I'm telling you, there's some big girls around here, man. Oh man. But
I've been with a lot of skinny girls. I've been with a lot of like some BBWs.
yeah, yeah.
Me personally, I like a girl with a big butt and some big tits, man, because that's a
Yeah,
fun
right.
time.
Well, I mean, you know, fair enough, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. I mean, I don't know, I like something I can actually wrap my arms around, you know. You know what I mean? Um,
Well, I'm a
but
big dude, like I'm
oh
six
yeah,
three, you know,
right on.
I can wrap around something like that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. See, that's
But I've
another
been
thing
with
too,
people
man.
too.
That's another thing too. Do you like girls that your height, or do you like girls shorter than you?
Dude, see, I've been there on both on that too.
Yeah. Cause I mean, you
I
know,
see
cause
girls
I mean,
like
I'm 6'1",
girls
and I kind of like tall girls. You know what I mean? But I also
six
like
six
them little
twelve
short
girls.
girls too. You know? Yeah. I don't
My
know.
first, my first, my first daughter's mother was a 6 foot tall redhead.
Yeah. Oh, right on. Now, let me ask you: is it true that redheads have no soul?
They don't, dude.
Okay.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude. Like I pursue redheads, bro. Like I got my family and friends telling me no more fucking redheads.
Right.
Dude, I literally have 2 kids from 2 separate redheads.
Right.
Oh yeah. I mean the
Mm.
fucking green eye, fucking red hair, to the
Right.
blue eye, fucking
Yeah.
freckles. Been there, done
Yeah.
it. You ain't missing nothing.
There's some pretty girls, man. There's some pretty girls.
Here.
I like redheads. I like redheads and brunettes. I'm not crazy about blondes. I like redheads, brunettes, and you know, pretty much.
Yeah,
But
like
I mean,
that
I've
sexy
dated
blue
a
eye.
couple blondes, but whatever.
That's what I'm going for next is a brunette with blue eyes, man. That's my dream girl right there.
I hear
Like
you.
some Evanescence, like the girl from Evanescence, Amy
Mm-hmm.
Lee. Fuck.
Yeah. Oh man. I mean, tell you, man, girls like that are probably, you know, around here they're probably shoved in a barn somewhere and hidden away for a while by their parents. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Right.
Or they're married up real quick. You know, that's the thing around here, man. A lot of these girls, man, that are around that live around or from around here. I'm not originally from around this area, but where I'm at now, I know a lot of people that live around here. And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of the girls around here, they end up getting damn married and pregnant at a really young age. And then they turn out to be like 400 or 500 pounds and stuff like that with 5 kids drawing behind them and shit. You know, I'm like, God damn.
That's fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
But you know,
Oh, I've been
I don't
fished
know.
before, dude.
Catfish.
Oh, this girl got me good, dude. She got me real fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, she looked really fucking good, like on her profile pictures and everything like that. And I talked to her on the phone. She sounded sexy, and I go to her apartment to pick her up to go take her for dinner. And she gets in my car and she's just this little toad thing. And so I was like, fuck, man. And, I'm a gentleman in a way, so I like instead of like going to a restaurant like I was planning on to, I took her just a Whataburger and got her a hamburger and then took her home.
Fuck it.
Dude, no.
No. That's funny as shit.
Woo. Like you just can't. I'm not that kind of an asshole to just get out of my fucking truck,
Get the fuck out.
Well, you could, well, I was, I was sitting there thinking about different. I was going to be mean, but never mind. No, no, no.
I
Yeah,
just like I dropped her off and I just stopped talking to her.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, there are some reasons why you got to burn the bridge, man, and so the crazies can't get back across.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By God, that's all I'm getting. Like I'm on this dating website and like I'm getting girls that are texting me, I'm
Dude,
horny.
holy crap, man. That's when your first mistake, I think, personally. Dating fucking website. Crap. Man, I don't know, man. I don't do that kind of thing. That's my thing. But I'm gonna tell you something, dude. I'm gonna tell you, but I'll tell you straight up, right off the bat, all women are crazy. Okay, that's just
Fuck yeah, they
bottom
are.
line. All women are crazy. They just have different levels of crazy. All right, there's different levels of it. So, but they're all crazy. All right, so that's
That
just from
shit's
guy to guy.
crazy.
I'm just telling you, man. Guy to guy, they're all crazy.
Oh, I
You know
know,
what I
dude. I know this shit, dude.
mean? Yeah,
I've been put through hell by women.
I hear you. That's the thing is like that's the reason why I'm just trying not to like put that in the mix right now. You know what I mean? I'm just like, well, I got a lot of shit on my plate, and I really don't know what the future is gonna have. I don't know what I mean. If I was to meet a woman right now, I want her to be the woman that I can go through the apocalypse with. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm
So
saying.
so I'm just like, if that happens, that happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not really, you know what I'm saying? And I never really ever want to get married. That's never really something I ever wanted to do. So it's,
Really, I've never been married myself either, man. Like I never really found the fucking right one, like the one that's actually gonna stick with me through even through my darkest days, Because the person who can't stick through me in my darkest days where they're not worthy of my light. So
I
why?
actually had three girls. Three girls actually asked me to marry them. And
See, that's weird.
yeah, well, I mean, but I'm just like, dude, it's not like I didn't want to marry you. I just don't want to get married. You know what I mean? I just don't want to do that whole marriage thing altogether. And the relationship really didn't get any further past whatever, but you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Some people
So
think
like
I have
a lot of
like
these
a
girls these
commitment
days,
thing, I guess.
no, like a lot of these girls these days are just nothing about sex. They just want to come over. I want you to come over their house, fuck them, and that's it. And if they like you, they'll actually come back. It's like that's how it is, and it sucks. Like I'm not that kind of a guy. Like I'm not that kind of a
Being used.
person to go out there and just
Get used like that.
yeah.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'm trying to read this comment. What is hold on? Isn't it annoying that most statistic think that all anarchists believe that everyone should be an anarchist? Like that's the least anarchist thing ever. Dude, see, the thing is, just on the see, language has been weaponized against us. All right. See, just even in the word anarchy, period. They tried to demonize the word. All right, as a bad thing. A lot of people they have this image of anarchy as like a bunch of people with Molotov cocktails and shit like that. You know what I mean? That's what a lot of people think that anarchy is. But true anarchy, the definition of anarchy just means no masters, no rulers. And the reason why the government and government entities like that, or monarchies or whatever, do not want anarchy is because they want to be your master or your ruler, and you cannot have that in anarchy. And but that's the thing. It's like most people just don't understand that. But even if you don't have rules, I mean, rulers or masters, there are still rules. It's called natural common law. You know what I mean? And that will hold everybody equally accountable, no matter what. In that, but that's nature. That's natural. That's not. That's basic. See, the thing is, law is actually created by the creator. All right, men create statutes, codes, policies, rules, regulations, mandates. All this other shit.
Yeah.
And only the creator can create laws. Like, for instance, fire. It's fucking hot. That's a fucking law. You throw something up in the air, it's going to come down. That's a fucking law. The creator created that. Okay. The idea of you have self-preservation, you have this right. This is a law. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's like, the language has been confused over the years, or has been weaponized against us to actually confuse the words. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They try to make a lot of these statutes that they actually implemented. They call them laws. They're not. They're statutes, but they call them laws. You hear cops say it all the time. It's the law. No, it's actually a statute. It's not the same
Just
thing.
identifying words, dude. Like, that's what they're doing. Just using
Well,
words
I mean,
to identify.
like, for instance, it's like, driving and traveling. Like, for instance, cops, they don't even know the difference. They think traveling and driving are the same damn thing. You know what I mean? But no, they are different definitions, different meanings. And that's the thing. It's like, when I say weaponized, is the definitions are like subjective. They're not objective. See, the thing is, the law is objective. Statutes, codes, policies, and all that shit is subjective, evidently, because it takes a judge to interpret the shit. It's like whatever the judge's opinion is of what that it says is what it is. And a bunch of other judges or other lawyers can interpret that differently. So it's subjective. It's not, it's like, and that's another thing too. It's like, well, then if words don't have a meaning or a definition, a true definition, then they have no meaning. You know what I mean? So it's like anything can mean anything. You know what I mean? Anything that anybody wants it to mean. I can say a wooden bench. The definition of a wooden bench is this. But then, since it's subjective, you can say the definition of a wooden bench is this because you think the definition is this. You know what I mean? But then it's like, well, then what? It doesn't mean anything, because then it just means that it doesn't, that the word wooden bench doesn't mean shit, because then it's just like whatever you think a wooden bench is what it is. I don't know. I'm just saying that words have definitions and they have meaning, and the thing is like there's a lot of stuff out there, like even just the word anarchy. If people actually understood what the meaning and the definition of anarchy is, and I have had people get into a big thing about just even the name of my YouTube channel, just because it's got the word anarchy in it. And if I put a label to it, I believe in anarchy. I believe I'm an anarchist. I just live in a different type of system. You know what I'm saying? I do participate in anarchy pretty much every day. I think all of us actually do. I'll give you an example that where we all basically participate in anarchy. Like you going to like a grocery store. All right. Well, see, there was somebody that had enough money to open a store. He did that all on his own. He wasn't forced into doing it. He created a store where he has products and stuff like that, and then he opened it up for the public. Well, now you go into that grocery store. Nobody forced you to go into that grocery store. So you go into that grocery store and you actually pick an item that he's got for sale. You agree on the price, you work out the trade, you do your interaction, and you leave. That's anarchy. Now, any other system, you would be forced to use that store. The owner of the store would be forced to sell his stuff at a certain thing, or be forced to open that store, and that's a different story. That's a different system, you know.
Yep.
And we all participate in anarchy in one way or another. It's just that the only thing is that the system that is over us right now, this, like, it does not want anarchy because it wants to be our masters and rulers and tell us how to do things, force us into doing it, and actually punish us if we don't. All right, that's not anarchy. Anarchy is freedom. And quite honestly, like I said, I mean, I don't want to push anarchy, but I'm just saying, I think it's really time for everybody to wake up.
Yeah, because we don't have the choice of freedom. We don't have the choice of free living no more.
Right.
That's not a thing.
No.
There is no such thing as free living right now. Like, even if you say you own your own property, but you still fucking paying taxes on some bitch.
I'll give you an example on that level right there. My buddy that I work with, all right, he's got a piece of property. Now, he is a contractor and stuff like that. So he's got building materials and stuff he stores. All right. Well, the damn code enforcement comes over there and tells him to get rid of all his shit. You know what I mean? Or they're going to fine him this and that every day if he doesn't comply and all that shit. And it's his property, and it's on a private road. So I'm like, what the fuck? It's in the rural area, private road. I'm like, what the fuck is code enforcement? I mean, who does this government official think they are? They can tell us what to do with our property. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to do that. Like,
right.
Your property. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. That's
right.
Just another reason. That's just, they make that system up so the city or the county,
right,
or the actual state can make money.
Yep, exactly. Because I'm gonna tell you something, man.
Why do they need all that fucking money for it?
Well, see, now, I mean, I want to say I have an understanding. I can see if inside the city, like in town, in the city part of it, I can see can be like code enforcement, probably have something, beautification, trying to keep everybody like nice and tidy, all that. But this is in the rural area. This is out in the fucking woods, down a private road. You know what I mean? So they actually had to trespass down a private road to actually take pictures of his house. You know what I'm saying?
But really think about this, especially in small towns, because a lot of people in small towns is a lot more able to see this. You always see people get pulled over. You know that the city is making money.
Yeah.
Because usually, like, the cities own their own water systems, everything like that. So they're banking money. All right. Where's that money going?
It's a good question.
Because they're not putting it back in the school systems because they're shutting they're cutting back on school systems.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Cutting back on,
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
all this stuff.
Yeah.
But they're making money.
That's why I was like saying, that guy Ammon Bundy over there, I think it's Idaho, but he was running for governor, and the three things that he wanted to do if he became governor is eliminate property tax, the income tax, and grocery tax. All right, those are the three things that he wanted to eliminate if he became governor.
Yeah, I seen that video.
Right. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Like, for instance, here in Florida, in the property tax, it pays for like the schools and stuff like that. And he totally laid out a thing that would be perfect here in Florida too. And I don't know why we can't get somebody to actually do this, but you know what I mean? Because technically, the way that the U.S. Constitution and the Florida Constitution is written, technically, my house where I live, my property, it's not under commerce. All right. the way they have reclassified the property is like residential or something like that. Well, see, that word under legalese is under commerce. It's not classified as private property. Okay.
Yeah.
That's another thing too. They've reclassified everybody's property and made us actually record it through the county, and then record it, and then put it through where we're now our title says it's like a under these different terms like residential or this and that and whatever. If you look at these words, it actually has something to do with commerce. But
Yeah.
you can go up. I'm gonna tell you something. The thing is like
Yeah.
you can go up to your property appraisers and you can ask them, and I bet you, even in your area, I bet you ask them, is there anybody in that county that actually has their property classified as private property? Not any of these other words like residential or this or farmland or whatever. None of these other things. Private property. And I bet you he'll say no. I bet you he'll say no.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I know that around here, because I've checked, there is nothing classified as private property. Yeah.
There might actually be, because there's actually a lot of like Second Amendment, people down here. There's a lot of fucking people that, are very smart.
Well, I mean, it's possible. I mean, the thing is check this out. I'm I'm curious now. Like what they would say if like you went down to your property appraiser and asked them that question. I'm curious what they would say, because I know what they would say here. That was the thing, is I'm just saying, I bet you that's what exactly they say, the exact same thing where you're at. But the thing is, it's like technically, according to the Constitution, in the Florida Constitution and the U.S. Constitution, our property, our house, our dwelling, where we eat, sleep, shit, and all that other stuff, that cannot be taxed. Okay.
No, it shouldn't.
Well, it technically can't be, but they've hoodwinked all of us into believing that we need to fucking pay this stupid fucking tax. We're just like, see, the only way they can tax our property where we live is if it's under commerce. Like, for instance, you're making money out of your house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the same way they get you with the driving thing, because it's under driver is under commerce. So they assume that you're making money by using the roadways, like a truck driver or a delivery truck or a taxi driver or something like that. You use the roadways to make money. So that's how they've convinced everybody to believe that you're a driver, because you're on the roadway. But you're not. You're actually a traveler. And that's our God-given right. That's another thing too, man. These God-given rights, these ones that are given to us by the Creator Himself. The thing is, man, they're being forcefully taken and coerced and taken away from us by the threat of violence. And honestly, man,
the devil, like if you want to break it down like that, like break it down in biblical times, like the devil fucking hates us.
Right. Well, have you ever noticed anything that ends up being really good and wholesome to the people ends up just disappearing or getting demonized or something like that? I mean,
like right now, like on YouTube, they're really like pushing for guns. They're really pushing for outdoor channels to be, demonetized and be kicked off.
Yeah.
Because like they're really pushing for your kids just to stay inside and be on electronic and be a good little robot. And just watch their shows, everything like that. That's what they want. They don't want these kids being outside, exploring how to survive, actually going out there and fishing and, just being kids like how, we all grew up pretty much in this chat, Like if you're over the age of 30, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Like play hide and go seek with all the kids in the neighborhood, dude, until like 2:00 in the morning, kind of shit.
Right. I was sitting there. It's like I'm reading the chat. He's like, he said, do you think statistics and status and anarchists can coexist peacefully after the postmodern era? Honestly, man, I don't know, man. Honestly, I think the statists and stuff like that have had their term. They've had their run for over fucking, a century or more now. Um, actually for a couple of centuries they've had their run. So it's about time for anarchists to come into play. I
I
mean,
mean,
honestly, I
it's
think people should just want freedom instead of actually
Yeah.
licking fucking boots and stuff, honestly.
like I've been saying, put your differences aside.
Yeah.
Put that pride aside, because when it comes down to it, if you want to keep on doing what you're doing, you're gonna have to do that to fight for your freedom to do what you love to do.
Right. Well, I'll tell you this, put it
So
this way. In my opinion, if people want to live in a place where they want to have people tell them what to do, there should be a place for them, like a safe space just for
right,
them, and let them
you're
go there.
exactly right.
You know what I mean? Otherwise,
That's
I want
why.
America to be free people. I want free people to be America. I want people that want the freedom. I want people here, and then I want that idea of freedom to spread around the fucking planet. You know what I mean? Um, because I think that's what we need is like a herd mentality of freedom. That group think of freedom in people's minds all over the fucking planet. Because this idea that a small group of these insane fucking psychopaths actually have the moral right to rule over us, that's just, and we all have to just obey and comply and stuff like that. Fuck that shit, man.
We
They've
need
had
we need we need to bring the ambition of the American dream back.
Dude, yeah, I mean seriously, because they've had their run for centuries. They've
It's
had
still here.
ever since back in
It's
Caesar, ever
still
since all the way
here.
back to
It is
Caesar.
dormant. Yeah. It is still here. The ambition of the American dream is still here. You can still do a business, but you're gonna struggle your ass off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's going to be easy.
Yeah.
I know that. I mean, and freedom is dangerous. You know what I mean? Freedom is dangerous,
It is
man.
fucking dangerous. It is really dangerous.
So I mean, I'm
But
not
it's a
saying it's going
risk.
to be
It's a
easy.
risk.
But that's the thing. It's like these people that want to be our masters, they're willing to kill us to stay in
Yeah.
that master position. So what
And
are we
also, when it
willing to
comes to
do?
freedom, is a state of mind too.
Yeah. But what are we willing to do?
We're just sitting here doing nothing.
We're going to sit here on YouTube and talk shit about it, right?
Yeah.
Until I get my channel taken down. Dude, I don't know, man, because I mean, I got my own ideas. Because I mean, I tell you this, I personally, I've got like A, B, C, D, E, and F plans. All right. Now, if I get to my F plan, which is a fuck it plan, shit has gone downhill real bad.
Yeah.
And it's, put it this way, a lot of the stuff that I've been researching over the past 20 years, man, there's a lot of stuff that sounds really freaking crazy to the average person. Even to me, sounds so fucking crazy. But I've also noticed through my observation, a lot of the really weird, crazy shit that you just couldn't make up actually ends up being true.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Some of the stuff that I've researched over the years, and the reason why I've been watching the dominoes stacking up, and the stuff that's going on, like geopolitically and all this other stuff, it's all in play. Now I'm just saying, if for shits and giggles, some of the stuff that I've been learning over the years, if this is true, 2029 has been a date that keeps on reoccurring. All right. And that ain't fucking far away, man. And some of the stuff that I've come across, we're oh my God, we're in for some shit up to 2029. We're in some, and that's going to, oh my God, I don't know how to explain it. Like I said, it just sounds so fear mongering and crazy and sci-fi. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff, like for instance, if I can't really say on YouTube, you
I'm
know what I
gonna
mean?
pick your brain, okay? You know the halogen effect, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like I had this friend Justin, dude. Like this dude's like he gets too deep into this shit. Like, wow. And he's sitting there saying like they're gonna like try to seem like the aliens are gonna take over and shit with the halogen effect.
Right. Well,
And like the create just to create chaos.
Mm-hmm.
right.
And it's all for money.
Oh,
Well,
It's like what they're doing now, like with the diesel. Oh, we got 25,
yeah,
so
yeah.
everybody
Well,
freaking out and go buying diesel and buying supplies of diesel.
it,
What's that do for diesel? Money, money,
it,
money, 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 money.
yeah. Well, it's to like, okay, on that end of it is to make everybody believe that there's a shortage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then they can hike the prices up. Well,
Hike the
but
prices up,
this all plays into like, the whole collapsing or putting everything around the planet into crisis. And then eventually just like doing that depopulation scenario where a lot of people end up dying because of wars or starvation or whatever. You know what I mean? Because all right, and you talk about the alien scenario. That's part of some of the stuff that I was talking about. Honestly, it just like some of the stuff that I've come across over the years,
Yeah.
researching, going down into some of this information that I've actually, I mean, and some rabbit holes led into some bullshit, some of them didn't. And but the thing is, it's like um,
I'm gonna tell you something. These people, whoever these people are, they're so clever. They throw it in your face. They throw it in their face. They throw it in everybody's face what they're gonna do.
right.
They do.
I know, and because they think they're going to be like immune from the whole scenario.
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. All right, and it's now, and I'm just using human history. I'm not even going to get into the alien part of it yet. But anyway, just human history. All through history, all these brown nosers and these ass kissers and all that stuff, bootlickers and all this other shit, they all thought they were like going to be immune, and all this other stuff, or where they have amnesty and all this other shit and all that stuff. Well, as soon as their usefulness is over, they got 2 bullets in the back of the fucking head. It's happened many, 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 many times over in history. All right, all right. They think they're going to, be okay, but no. They're just there to be a useful idiot to do bidding for the other. All right. Well, all right. Now, um, the alien part of it is similar to that, but see the alien now there's different species of that from what I understand. All right, allegedly, quote unquote. All right, but there's different species, but some of them actually use the humans as food. So there's a lot of stuff that comes into play. So where would you get a constant flow of food? Well, that's the reason why they want to keep abortions going. All right. There's a lot of other stuff too when it comes down to it. You see people that disappear all the time. I mean, and never found. Um, there's also other groups also around too, but from what I understand, there's a hierarchy when it comes down to the different species. All right, now from what I
Mhm.
understand, the lizard reptilians are the high ups. They're the ones that really, tell all or the high ups in the hierarchy, and then you got all the other ones, including like the so-called grays and blah blah blah. But anyway, they've been around for a long time, and that's where a lot of the technology has been coming from. The advancement of like AI, robotics, cybernetics, then also was it biotechnology, nanotech. Was it the quantum computers and stuff like that? A lot of this technology is in trade for humans for either research studies or food and return for technology. Um, that's where a lot of this stuff's coming from. But the thing is that when it comes down to the population, a lot of it has to be reduced anyway. You know what I mean? Because a lot of it has to be something in return for the beings that are here. All right, and they're just using us for like a worker force or food. That's all it is, and they are complicit with the governments around the world. You know what I mean?
So
Because they made deals with them. Now, this is like I said, this is all allegedly. This is stuff that I've researched, and you can believe it or not. It sounds so crazy and like it's crazy talk, but um, you
that
know,
makes me wonder now, like, okay, because like, I'm just saying people that got the jab, they're having like
right,
heart problems and they're not living longer,
right.
stuff like that.
Yeah, it gets into the eugenics, also like the transhumanism scenario. So this is all right. Eventually, they won't need us to do the work because they'll have the cybernetics and the robotics, and then also some of us are actually be plugged into the internet through like something like Neuralink or something like that. Basically plugged into the internet matrix. They've also tried when it comes to the gene splicing and DNA stuff. See, they've already made hybrids of their species and ours, and they've also made hybrids of our species and other animals. All right, they've already done this. Actually, a lot of these companies that actually do like medical research stuff, the way they get around doing human trial type stuff is they actually do trials on half human, half animal hybrids. It gets around the laws, all the statutes and codes and stuff, because they're not human anymore. Those laws don't apply. You know what I mean? They're hybrid. And
Yeah.
so that's how they get around some of that shit. But anyway, yeah, and then cloning and all this other stuff. But that's where you think about it in the past 50 years, how advanced our technology has gotten. You know what I'm saying? In a short period of time. And the main reason is because a lot of the U.S. government has discovered these beings they on accident, but they discovered them, and they had to make these deals, break these deals, like basically a truce, or they would have killed us off. You know what I mean? So, you know,
Like
like I
with the
said,
moon landing and like
yeah, well, yeah,
Mars.
well, I mean, that's not where they found them. They found them here on the planet. They were digging tunnels for military bases, and they found a base underground, and they cracked into the side of it. Yep. And they had a battle between, um, I think they were something like grays, but they were really tall beings. They had something like phaser type weapons or whatever. But anyway, yeah, they had a battle for a second there, but they ended up having to make a treaty, basically an agreement. And the agreement is they were going to trade technology and they would trade humans. And this is U.S. government, or the corporation calling itself as our government. But that was back in like 46, 45 or something like that. That's the only thing is like, there's a lot of stuff that's happening, even like all I said, like this geopolitical stuff, man, is all kind of playing into the same scenario because um, they're going to make themselves like known to the public. I mean, like on a mainstream type of way. And I'm going to tell you this right now: beware of any being bearing gifts.
You better be bearing gifts.
Beware of any being bearing gifts. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you something. Like I said, in the near future, these beings are going to make themselves seen or known. Okay? Actually, there's a lot of people that actually have this theory. Now, this is a theory that we're going to get so close to nuclear war where we're, I mean, like a complete like worldwide annihilation. They're going to step in and supposedly be our saviors and stop it all. I don't think that's their goal. I don't think that's their intention, but that's probably what might happen. I mean, because quite honestly, what would you think would unify the whole fucking planet on one goal and one idea? If you had a fucking extraterrestrial from fucking space laying a damn flying saucer down here,
Yeah.
you know, you know,
Like and like what you're saying, dude, like it like really like touches Egypt. Like Egypt has a
yep,
lot of like You know,
Well, there's like
things
4 or
about
5 main places around the whole fucking planet that have really like major significance when it comes down to like put it this way, there's a lot of ancient like civilizations and stuff like that put something like pictograph type imagery or try to draw a picture or left some kind of a record or something like that. And they all kind of say the same thing. It's like there was beings from outer space that came down here. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And there, I mean, put it this way. I started looking at like, for instance, archaeological stuff, like those big megalithic type buildings, like in the pyramids in Egypt, or like out there, like Sacsayhuaman and down in Peru, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? The way that stuff was put together, it's like whatever did that had a way more advanced technology than we even have today to do this. All right, and then there's also evidence that they had a way to basically melt stone. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, well, whatever melted that fucking stone had to have been at like really hot. I mean, like almost like a phaser type cannon or a fucking lightsaber type hot. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So I mean, so what if? See, my theory. Now, this is just my theory. I think all those buildings that were built by something that had advanced technology were actually humans, but they were actually humans from the future. Because I actually I know in my heart that time travel has been invented, just not yet. If you understand what I say when I say that, because time is like a linear, it's kind of like this, like a coil or whatever. You got the past, present, and future all in one. It's all connected. You know what I mean? So if you look at the progression of technology, somebody sometime eventually is going to figure out how to build a time machine if they haven't already done it. You know what I mean? Because you think about it, like I started thinking about like the Mandela effect. You start, how like things in the past, you remember it to be different, but it's not the same as what you remember. That's kind of like what they call the Mandela effect or whatever. To me,
yeah.
that might be evidence of time travel. You know what I mean? It's like, what you remember from way back when you were a kid, and today you see the same stuff and it's not the same. It's like, well, something got changed. You know what I mean? So to me, that might be evidence of time travel. Something was changed. You know what I mean? And then you got to think about it also. Who's going to have that time travel? It could be some guy in his basement inventing it, or it could be some scientist in a damn military bunker somewhere. You know,
Yeah.
or it could be a mobster. Like in that movie, what was it, Looper? It was like only mobsters had had time machines. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And that's how they,
like you were saying, because people influence your life.
right?
People do.
Yeah.
So like kind of that, like, dude, that's crazy thinking about all that.
Well, I started thinking about the progression of technology because I mean, was it artificial intelligence, and then you got the next step is artificial general intelligence, which is scary, but the next step is artificial super intelligence, which is even scarier because then it becomes aware and basically alive, kind of like Johnny Five. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what it's going to start thinking about the human species. You know what I mean? Especially if some of these human species decide to turn it off or try to turn it off, you know? I
Well,
mean,
it's like this. Like this is the crazy thing about it. It's cultures. Like here in the U.S. and stuff, we pretty much hate each other.
hmm well,
Like it just takes one like little disagreement, then they're like, "Fuck you." I'm being for real. And
yeah,
in
I
other
know, I know.
cultures, like
I deal with a guy every day that some things like that can kick him off. If he doesn't smoke a
yeah,
joint every 5 fucking minutes, he is not the very pleasant person to be around. You know what I mean? you know. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, I started thinking about it. It's like,
like,
dude, man, it's like, dude, when the apocalypse happened, are you going to be able to get fucking joint or any pot or anything? I was like, man, it's going to happen. I'm going to have to grow it. I'm like, dude, you're going to be one big asshole until then. You know what I mean?
that's funny.
Dude, I'm telling you, seriously. I mean, to keep him docile, You literally got to smoke them down like every freaking 10, 15 minutes, you know? It's like, okay, here you go. Here's a puff. Calm down. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
Because I was like, dude, he's like a gamer type guy too. I started thinking about it. In the TV show Walking Dead, that
Yeah.
guy Negan, like, they did a backstory in that on Negan, and like, before the zombies came out, he was just like this jobless guy sitting on a damn, you know, like Grand Theft Auto game or something like that, playing against teenagers with his wife yelling at him to get a job and blah 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 and all this other stuff. And that's how. And then when all the zombies came, he became the Negan that we all know and love. You know what I mean? So I started thinking about it. I was like, dude, my buddy, he's that guy now. I was like, dude, if the zombies come, he's probably going to turn into Negan, dude. You know? I was like, dude, because I
Oh
looked
yeah.
at, he, you know, he ain't going to have any video games and no pot. Yep, he's going to be Negan.
Just like a straight up asshole.
Yeah, dude. And that's the thing, dude. I mean, he's not necessarily this type, but I do know people. You know, like, you know, there's like the prepper type people out there, but there are people out there that don't give a shit about prepping. Their whole intention is when all the shit happens, they're gonna take your shit. That's their whole plan. That's their whole prepper plan, is to take your shit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, all
Well, they
right.
better look in them trees. That's all I'm gonna say. They better look in the trees and they come to my property because I'm gonna be up in that tree and I'm gonna shoot you, bitch ass.
Yeah, I get it, man. You know what I mean? And I mean, you
Like
know,
I've
but I'm gonna
thought
tell you
about it.
something. And I've told you, I'm serious, man. And I mean, you know, I'm gonna just be real. You better have more than just you out there on the lookout, because you got to sleep sometime, and so do they. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, on a real. You know what I mean? See, that's the thing too. It's like, you know, 24-hour surveillance is something that needs to happen.
Oh
But
yeah, you're right.
you know,
You know what?
but
You know what works really good? You know those little catfish bell, you know, like the little bells you use for catfishing, you know, you
yeah,
put it
yeah,
on the
yeah,
end of your
yeah,
pole.
yeah, yeah, like a trout line type of thing.
Yeah. You can buy those. You can buy hundreds of those, okay? Cheap. All right, so take that, that probably about like, you know, 5 feet of line and a treble hook.
Yeah, yeah.
That's gonna make some racket.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, man. If it gets serious enough, and if it gets to the point where I really feel like a booby traps are necessary, I know how to make booby traps. Put it this way. I
I
mean,
do too.
my dad was in Vietnam, all right? And when I was growing up, I really was I wanted to know everything about Vietnam. So I learned a lot about Viet Cong and all their booby traps, all their man traps and all that shit, because I was interested on how that they were very low tech, but they fucking very very effective. You know what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah.
then you start looking at like those guys out there in Afghanistan. These guys are like so-called quote unquote goat herders. Dude, they kept the U.S. military busy for freaking 20 years, man, with low tech shit. You know, and that's what I think was what we'll have to deal with. We'll have to figure out low tech shit against high tech stuff. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I mean, you know, there's a possibility that, you know, robots and drones and shit will probably be in play. They won't need
Shit.
humans to like fight the battles for them.
In Iraq, they had a big problem of snipers being in the back of trunks because you only need about a 5 inch, you know, like 2 to 3 inch hole, just enough to peek through and wait for troops to come by, and bam, that's what they did. And they'll never know where the shot came from
Yeah, yeah,
because when the shot rings out, that car would drive off.
yeah. I'm just not sure what's going to happen though. I mean, see, the thing is, I'm not sure how they're going to play it, because honestly, I think the way they're going to play it is going to try and keep the long con going. You know what I mean? And just keep us on a simmer until we never boil over. You know what I mean? We're just on a
Yeah.
constant simmer or a slow boil. You know what I mean? That's what I think they're going to try and do. But they may make the mistake to try and do like a to rush it all on us all at once. Real fast type of shit. You know what I mean?
I think
Like
the
somebody.
best way.
Go ahead.
I think the best way, if like something what happens like that, and you need to get away, and you're gonna survive, is ghillie suit, low supply, like fanny pack, small pack,
Hmm.
and you're living in the trees, living in tree lines, moving by night, only to other tree lines.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, man. If if the research that I was coming across and the alien thing is a reality, saying it's a real thing, that's actually a real threat that this really is sci-fi. You're gonna have to. I mean, I need to stop smoking, really, for real, because I mean, tell you, cardio is gonna be a big deal. We might be running away from fucking aliens. And the thing is like I'm gonna tell you straight up, if I get the chance, kind of like what was that, Will Smith, that he got that fucking flying saucer and started driving around. By God, I'm gonna take that motherfucker. I'm gonna get in one of them suckers and fly it around. I'm telling you straight up, dude. I'm gonna tell you, if I get the chance, I'm going to take that sucker. I'm gonna fly that sucker away. I'm gonna find me somewhere else to go. You know what I mean? Because I'm serious. Uh, I mean, all I need is a lightsaber and a goddamn spaceship or a time machine. I'll be good to go.
Oh my God, it'll be another like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, for real, dude. I mean, for real, man. I need so. I mean,
That'd be
but
awesome.
the thing is, dude. The species that are supposedly here right now, like I said, when they plan on actually revealing themselves eventually. But that's the thing, is they're probably going to do it sooner than I want it to happen. Like I said, the year 2029 keeps on popping up. I don't know why, but that's a big date, and everything leading up to that is supposed to get worse. You know what I mean?
Well,
Um,
you know, I I don't really talk about this a lot to people, but like I've had dreams about like me running. Like I'm running, and all of a sudden my legs get all, like how you run for a while and your legs get all tightened up
uh-huh.
and stuff. That happened to me, and then the next thing I know, like I heard somebody like something close, and I just freaked out and just like I just like every time I get to like that point where like something's bad about to happen or something real close call, I wake up.
You know what, some fish. I'm gonna tell you something. I was just talking about that exact same thing with a friend of mine yesterday, because we've had the same kind of dreams. Like in the past few years, for instance, I've had dreams where I have been like chased by something. I just know I was being chased. I was
Yeah,
also in a location that I did not recognize. I have never seen before. And I watch a lot of videos, so I was trying to think in my mind, maybe it was something I saw in a video or something. Nothing. None of these locations, even the people's faces in my dreams, I did not recognize. These are not ones that I've ever seen before. All right, but
yeah.
I had this feeling that I was always being like, or I had to get away from something. There was something that we were all trying to get away from, and I was almost all the time on foot. All right. But she had similar dreams like that also. And then also there were some of those types of dreams like that I would wake up, and then I'd like go to the bathroom and whatever, and then come back and I'd fall asleep and I'd start right back where I
Yeah,
left
I'm not
off.
just talking about. I'm talking about a very vivid dream. I'm talking about smells, everything.
Right, right. Now, is it stuff that you recognize, like locations and people's faces and stuff like that? Let me ask you.
Only thing I recognize is like the pecan trees. Like I just remember like in one dream, like I was like the pecan trees were like the place to be
Okay.
because like we were sitting there breaking the pecans and eating the pecans and stuff like that, and then we had to book it after that.
Okay. Do you remember what you were having to run away from?
No,
Okay. All right. Now, some people would say like these dream scenarios, they're symbolic and blah blah blah. There's something in our subconscious and whatever, whatever, whatever. Well, that may or may not be true because me personally, I've actually had what I call movie footage where I dreamt something and like 2 or 3 days later, it's exactly how I dreamt it and I'm watching it and seeing it from my eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I've actually
I know
had
exactly
things
what
like
you're talking
that.
about there too.
Right.
And you
Now,
just know it. Or
well,
with feelings of people, like you just know it. Like you just fucking you like
okay.
you know something's off.
Okay, check this out. Well, all right, you know what a deja vu is, right?
Right about it. Huh?
You know what a deja vu is, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have two different versions of a deja vu. I got what is like a deja vu. Vu. All right, a deja vu to me is like I feel like I've been here before. You know that kind of a feeling. It's like I feel like I've been here before.
Yeah.
Well, I've also had this thing what I call a double deja vu, where I feel like I've been be here before because it's like I recognize everything here, but I know I have not been there before. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Yeah.
why does this look familiar? I know I've never been here before, but why does this look so fucking familiar? You know, that kind of thing. You know, and that's what I call a double deja vu. And but then I also have this thing what I call a movie footage. It's like I said, it's like movie footage of an event in my dream, and then like days later, it would be like exactly how I dreamt it. You know, I remember there was this one time one of my neighbors down the street was sitting on the stoop of her front of her house, you know, and I went over there and she was telling me brand new gossip, you know, of the neighborhood. Well, I that was the dream. Well, I went over there like 2 or 3 days later, and she's sitting out there, and I could lip sync every bit of this brand new gossip she was spitting out because I dreamt it. That you know, and it was really weird. So I started thinking about it. There's like events like that. I started thinking about it. What if some of those crazy, weird dreams like that, like what you were talking about, because I'm not the only one that's had those type of dreams. All right. What if those
Oh,
dreams are
that's what
not
people.
necessarily just like
Yeah.
symbolic? They're actually something that's to bound to happen into the future. All right. Well, I started thinking about it also on this alien scenario. Now, I'm just playing around. Now, like I said, this is all crazy talk, but if it's a reality, let's just for shits and giggles, let's just say it's a reality. We got alien species living on the planet, and eventually they're going to come and they're, you know, destroy us all and eat the rest of us. All right. Let's just say that's going to happen. Well, anyway, um, uh, the, um, the fucking the oh shit, I forgot where I was going with that. But anyway, shit. Um damn, I just fuck. Um the way the progression of the fucking all this stuff is going toward all that stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get there. I can't remember where I was going. How probably was lost my way. Never mind. Sorry. Damn it. Um when I start going off track sometimes I kind of lose for what the hell I was going for a second there. Because I was gonna say something, but damn it, I'll pick it back up somewhere. But um, let's see here. Was it? I'm seeing read the chat. You people stopped in. I don't know if he's still in there or not.
You people.
Oh, the dream thing. That's what I was talking about. All right. The thing is I started thinking about it. Um, um, there was this one dream. It was I don't know. This was a few years back when they had those that campfire fire over there in California out that direction, where it was like they call it a wildfire, but it was like burnt mostly houses and shit, and like the fire was supposedly so hot it like would melt engine blocks and stuff.
Yeah.
You remember that fire? Well,
Yeah.
about a week before that happened, I remember having a dream where I was like in the passenger seat of a car, and I remember my old boss at that time was driving, and we were kind of like going down this road, and it wasn't like down here in Florida. It's like we over in the mountains or something like that. I don't know. It just looked, there was a lot of hills and stuff. But anyway, I remember seeing like this bright streak of light just come out of the sky, like at an angle, and then it went into the woods or whatever. And then at where it hit in the woods, next thing you know, this like little fire started, and it just got bigger and bigger. And then I saw another streak, and then a fire started and got bigger and bigger, and another streak and another streak. And then I woke up, and that was like
Huh.
a week before all that shit happened over there in California. And then after the fact, when all that fires happened, and like supposedly the fire got so hot, this wildfire that burned mostly houses and not woods, that actually got so hot that burned like that melted engine blocks. I was sitting there thinking about it. Wildfires don't get that goddamn hot. And then if you look at the footage of some of these neighborhoods, like the fucking grass is still green, some of the trees haven't been touched, but the house is complete down to ashes. And then there was like this supposed like conspiracy theory, if you want to call it that, about like directed energy weapons. And I started remembering that fucking dream, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What if what I dreamt was actually, like movie footage of something? And what if that fire was not just like somebody fucking flicking a fucking cigarette butt in a damn campground somewhere and started a forest fire? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And but then I started thinking about it, like if those dreams that where we're being chased by something, and I'm not the only ones have these dreams. What if those are actually movie footage of future events? I started thinking about it. If the alien thing is a reality, we're gonna live to see this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then I started thinking, I was like, well, that's gonna be really fucked up. I'm gonna be running a lot, and I need to quit smoking quick. You know what I mean? Because the friend of mine I was talking about, some of the stuff that she saw in her dreams look like machines that look like tanks or whatever that were blowing up a lot of stuff, and that was one of the things that she was being chased by. And I
See, in
started,
one of them, I seen these lights, and that was the one I was hearing a lot of gunfire. Like it was so much gunfire, like that you could smell it. You could
right?
smell. You could smell like the earth, and you can smell like the powder.
Yeah. I mean, there are many cultures that when you're in this so-called dream world, you're actually traveling around in what they call the astral plane and all that stuff. You're probably going into other dimensions and other, whatever. That you probably for real, literally, probably did smell that, and it was real for real. Just once you came back to the body, it's like and woke up, in this reality. Um,
I
it's
don't
it's
know. Like,
it's
let
something
me ask
because
you a question.
yeah.
Yeah, never mind. You already answered that question for me. You had a lot of near-death experiences. I think people that have near-death experiences and stuff, they could tap their brain a little bit more.
Possibly. I mean,
Because, dude,
you
I
know
shoot
what?
you down.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I saw a video on a long time ago. It's probably still on YouTube somewhere, but there's a video of like this CCTV, like security camera on a building, and this guy was walking down a sidewalk. He gets hit by lightning. All right, he falls down. He gets back up, walks a few more steps, get hits by lightning again. Gets up, walks a few more steps, gets hit by lightning again, gets up, and then walks off. And that's the end of the video. I started thinking about it. What do you think's going through that dude's mind? You know what I mean? I mean, 3 times in a fucking row. You know what I mean? Same dude. I mean, because I know people, it's like, if God thinks I'm wrong, strike me dead with bolt lightning right now. Nothing happens. I'm like,
Well,
dude,
here's
what
the crazy thing
happened
with
to,
lightning.
huh?
So, like that they use actually electricity to do certain like things for like people that have what is it bipolar.
Well, yeah, like electroshock therapy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I mean, shoot, you know, I can just imagine. Can you imagine, like, for instance, you think about it like a near-death experience, getting hit by lightning 3 times. I mean, that'd be pretty fucking close to near death as I can, I would think.
Oh man. Hmm. Yeah. Just 3 times. Bah bah bah.
I'm serious, dude. I mean, you can probably still find the video somewhere, but I mean, it's like a security camera type footage.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. I would not have want to have been that guy. I started thinking about it. It's like, um, how the electricity works, or how lightning works, is actually it originates from the ground up. It goes from the ground to this clouds back to the atmosphere and bounces back down. That's how it works. All right, and so I started thinking about it. It has to have a massive amount of a negative charge down on the ground first before the bolt will actually generate. You know what I mean? Because it starts from the negative and goes up to the clouds, positive, and backs back down, back to ground. All right, that's where you see the light when it comes back down. All right, and I started thinking about it as like, just standing in. I've had lightning near me strike, like a tree and stuff like that. And I know you feel that, like the hair on the back of your neck. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, yeah.
dude, um, I've actually had lightning strike next to me 3 times or close to me. You know what I mean? Close, too damn close. Put it that way. And it's crazy. I'd hate to get hit. I would. I don't know. The guy who. I mean, if anybody survives a lightning strike, they're lucky as fuck. They're like. They
Yeah.
used up 8 of their 9 lives right all in one trot. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've seen lightning hit trees and blow them apart.
Yeah. I mean, dude. I saw a lightning strike, and where it hit was like this sandy type spot. All right, and where it hit, the fucking sand got so hot it turned to glass.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
crazy. I,
There's
I
some
was like, I
people.
was so amazed because I didn't really think about that at the time, because I really didn't think about glass being made by sand. And I'm
Yeah.
serious, that lightning bolt was so freaking hot where it hit, it just turned all that spot into glass. It's
Well,
like
they're
it
in
looked like a
Florida.
little meteor like type of thing. It was pretty cool.
They're in Florida. They got people who just go dig those big old glass crystals out of the beaches.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is pretty cool, man. I mean, honestly, man,
Oh,
all that electricity up there in the atmosphere and stuff like that for free, and we're paying for fucking this fucking bullshit. You know,
man, a couple good zaps from a storm, that'll be enough energy for a little bit.
if there was a way you can actually store the electricity off from a lightning bolt, put it that way. If you can, because it wouldn't be hard as hell to get a lightning bolt to strike like an antenna or something like that. You can stick one out there and get one to hit it, but getting that electricity to come down that antenna and go into some kind of a storage capacity, that's the trick. That's the
Yeah.
trick. Because that's a lot of amperage, a lot of electricity coming, a lot of voltage all at once. So you would have to have some way of, you know, I don't know. Nobody's figured it out yet how to do that. I mean, there is a lot of like static electricity in the atmosphere that we can use somehow, but it would just take a bunch of antennas sticking up there in the atmosphere and just gathering it up. It's not a lot. Um, and really, I don't, you know, some people are, there's not a lot of people working on the technology and trying to actually, make it, practical, useful type energy. There's got to be some way because I mean, honestly, I started thinking about it. There's got to be some, some way to use the most basic elements and the most basic stuff to do whatever we needed to do, and we didn't, and because even Nikola Tesla come up with some stuff. The thing is like all that technology was hidden away because you couldn't put a meter on it. It was all like free energy type of shit,
Hmm.
and Edison and all them, they wanted to put a meter on it so you can charge people for it. I mean,
Yep.
so you know and there's not a lot of people. There's some people in their basements and in their garages and stuff tinkering around, but and then there's also the technology that the governments and stuff like that are getting from these fucking aliens and shit. They're storing those off way off in bunkers and shit, and we're not going to see any of that shit until it's too late kind of stuff. But their ways of like having unlimited power and stuff like that, dude, they've got that shit going on already. You
Oh,
know
they
what I
already
mean?
show that. They show their shit all the time, dude. Like, you look up UFO sightings, man. There's just so many like unexplainable like sightings in the sky, and
Well, I'll tell you this, man. There's a lot of stuff out there. I mean, some of it I think is just put out there to kind of throw people off, but then there's also some legit shit. But you got to sift through all the bullshit to actually get to the good stuff. But I'll tell you this, just from my experience. Now there are some things that I've seen in my life that I cannot tell you what it was. I can tell you what it wasn't. You know what I mean? I know it
yeah,
wasn't an air.
me too,
I
dude. Like,
Yeah, I know it
I
wasn't an
see.
airplane. It wasn't a damn helicopter. It wasn't a fucking satellite. You know what I mean? So I know what it wasn't. You know,
We
but
seen a dome figure. Me and my buddy was fishing, and we wait till like it was dark time because we was actually catching fish. We actually caught some good messy catfish that night.
yeah,
And right before we was about to call it quits, man, we heard something come down the other side of the bank, and we just got a BB gun, so we're like shooting everything, like having fun. And we turned the light on, and we seen this dome figure out there, dude. This dome figure, it was black and white, kind of looked like a cow, but it didn't act like a cow. And the weird thing about it that really threw me and my buddy James off is when it was moving across the water, it wasn't making no sloshing noises. It wasn't
right,
doing anything like that.
right.
And it
Completely
just
silent type of stuff. Just like no noise. Not even. I mean, was there any wind type noise or anything like that?
nothing. And it was just really eerie. Like after we discovered that, it just got really eerie because we seen it go behind like a big brush pile on the opposite side of the river, and it was gone.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I've definitely seen some stuff out there that there was one time I'll give you there's just one story I'll tell you right offhand that I was waiting on a buddy of mine down at the end of this street and waiting for him to come pick me up. All right, and it was getting dark. I'm just sitting out there, kind of hanging out, and next thing you know, I see out of the corner of my eye like a light, like a streak of light. And so I look over, and I happen to catch this like what I thought was like a meteor type of stuff because it looked like kind of like a meteor falling type of thing. But I when I look over, I catch it falling, and I catch like the last second before it goes across over the tree line or behind the tree line, and it kept on going behind the tree and it disappeared up behind the trees. All right, and I didn't hear anything else. Like I didn't hear it land. I didn't hear any kind of noise or anything like that. But like probably like a 2 seconds right after what what I would think when it would land, when it would hit ground or whatever, the bunch of these dogs from like all the neighborhood and all the fucking houses down the way just started barking like just like going nuts. You started hearing like 50 dogs just going nuts. And I was like, what the fuck was that? Because I didn't hear a sound. All I saw was that streak of light, and then it just disappears. And next thing you know, all the dogs started barking and shit. And I didn't know what the fuck that was. I know it wasn't an airplane. It wasn't I don't think it was a comet or a meteor. That's what it kind of reminded me of, a meteor. That's what kind of like with the tail behind it, but it was a bright streak of light. And that was crazy. But I've also seen things that look like, like a star, how like a pinpoint light in the sky that's sitting there and just moving across the sky, and it does this crazy maneuvers. Like, that is not a fucking, satellite. That's not a goddamn airplane or a helicopter. They don't move like that kind of shit. And I couldn't tell you what it was, and all I saw was just like this little pinpoint light moving all crazy, like zigzag type patterns and shit. And but there, I've also met a guy. I met a guy that made me wonder, made me actually question the whole reality. All right, let me ask you this: if there is, let's just say for shits and giggles, that the all these alien species, they do exist, and they do live here on this planet. Some of them do look like us, and they are living amongst us. All right, let me ask you this for shits and giggles. Let's say that's a reality. If you met one of these guys and you sat down like and had a conversation with him, and he did not tell you that he's from like some crazy planet somewhere else or whatever, all right, he did not tell you he's like an alien from another planet or some shit, but he looked like you and you sat down and talked to him, would you actually, I mean, do you think you would actually know if this guy's an alien or a human? Would you the reason why I asked that is because like everybody puts off like a vibration or something like that. I was like, would you know this guy's an alien? If he looked like us, would you know it if he didn't tell you?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, dude. Like,
the reason why I asked is because I met a guy in New Mexico that made me doubt, that this guy, he may not be from this fucking planet. He made me doubt it. It's like he did not put off a human vibration, in a sense. You know what I mean? It was foreign. It was nothing like I've ever experienced. And, how like some people say that like everybody's got an aura or a a vibe or whatever. Well, this man, his name was You. That was his name, You. And he played a cello, and he was good at it. But I sat down and was sitting there talking to him and he made me really wonder. Just sitting there talking to him made me wonder if I sat here and was sitting right across from a fucking alien, and he looked like a human, but he didn't tell me he was an alien, would I guess it? Would I get it? Would I know it?
huh. Why? What was he saying?
It was just the conversation. I can't tell. It was how he said things, what he said, and also in the middle of the conversation, I remember getting like a flash of images in my head, kind of like pictures of places, and I don't recognize those places. And like I said, I haven't been everywhere, so I couldn't say that I've been everywhere and seen everything. But these are images of places I've never seen before. And it was in the middle of the conversation. It was like I was awake. I was sitting there staring at them and shit like that. Next thing you know, I would get this it's like a mental image of like a photograph type of an image, and it was like a bunch of them in a series. And it just made me think that this guy's not from around here, and I don't even know if he's from around this fucking planet. You know what I mean? um, because I started thinking about it. Let's just say for shits and giggles, they are living amongst us, looking like us. Some of them look like us. If you were to meet one, would you know it? Would you get it? Would you actually? It's like kind of like the movie They Live. You have to have like the sunglasses on to see them. You know what I mean? but it's like, and then once people realize that that actually is not like a conspiracy theory and shit like that, and it's reality, what would human species be? I mean, do what would we do?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to neglect you guys out there in the chat. Um, let's see here. Yeah. I've had I've had dreams where I knew I was dreaming.
Yeah.
I've had those where I knew I was dreaming, and some of them I remembered to remember what I was supposed to remember in my dream. Zeus and Hera, and Hera told me something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I was supposed to remember it because it was important. And but God, I can't remember what it is now. But she told me something, and she told me in secret, and I was supposed to remember it because it was important. But anyway, but that was interesting. Have you ever met? Have you ever met Zeus or Hera in a dream?
No.
I have. Evidently, I don't know why. It was weird too. It was a weird dream. Um, I remember I was with a group of people and we went to see them, and Zeus and Hera are like giants. They're like huge. So like even like their house and all their furniture and everything is freaking huge. So we're walking in there, and and the rest of the guys that I was with, they went off to talk to Zeus because that's what they came to do. And for some reason, Hera pulls me off to the side and whispers this information in my ear, and don't forget it. And then I remember walking back out. That was the whole dream. It was weird. I don't know why I had that dream, but that was a weird dream.
Huh. That is weird. Hey, I'm gonna
Yeah.
hop off here, but I'm gonna be in the chat. I gotta eat dinner.
Oh, right on, man. I appreciate you coming in, man.
Heck yeah, dude. Like I want to talk more about this stuff because I'm very like this is very interesting.
Well, like I said, man, it's hard to try and get everybody to come in. I'm like, so like when I started damn live and stuff, a lot of time I'm just gonna sit there and listen to Skip until people stop popping in, and then, I'll put the link up there for people to come in and shit. I mean, I actually, I like the conversation too. You get a few people up here that are actually respectful, and we can talk and go into some weird crazy talk type situations, because I mean, like I said, this is all crazy talk. This is all speculation. I'm just saying, for shits and giggles, let's just say aliens are, for
Yeah.
real, and they are living amongst us, and we're in some fucking shit deep fucking crap if it is. you know I started thinking about it, the robotic fucking alien robot vampire transvestites are coming to kill us, man. But anyway, all right,
Probably.
man. I'll catch up with you, man. I'm gonna sit here for a little while.
All right. Later.
All right, man. Maria Moon. We were getting into some dream stuff a little bit ago, Maria. I know you're into that. Cause I've been noticing, like, I've been talking to other people, and we've a lot of us have been having similar dreams in the past few years. It's pretty interesting. And I was trying to sit there and think about it. I was like, well, I mean, it's possible that if these things are real, we're all going to be alive to see it. Well, let me ask you, Maria. Let me ask you this: um, if you were sitting at a damn coffee shop or something like that, and you were sitting across from somebody, all right, if they were an alien from another planet or something like that, but they looked like us, and they were sitting across the table from you, and they did not tell you that they were an alien. They, and they're trying to play it off like they're human and all that sort of stuff, like big time. But what I'm asking is, would you know it, even if they don't tell? Would you know it like in your gut? Would you feel it? Would you know it if they were alien or if they were human? Even if they look like us and they didn't tell us any of that shit. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I'm sure if they're living amongst us, they probably got the damn human act down. They look like us, they talk like us, they look like us, they, all this other stuff. It's pretty much like that. You know what I mean? So, but if one was sitting across from me, would you know it? Would you recognize it? Would you get it? Would you see it? That's another thing too. I mean, when I met that guy, you made me wonder, made me question, because I was like, wait a minute, I don't know if that guy's from around. I don't know. And plus, it was in New Mexico. That's even weirder because there's so much weird shit in New Mexico. I mean, that's where all that fucking Roswell stuff happened and all that other shit. And I wasn't that far away from Roswell at the time. That's what's crazy too. It's like I don't know, man. And then lizard people. I'll give you another example. There was like there's a town outside of Corona, New Mexico, that I'm serious, man. Lizard people, I think, live there. I've never been there personally myself, but I know people that know that place, and they all tell me the same story, and they're not lying to me. They have no reason to lie to me. They don't even know each other, and I've heard from different people, and from what I understand, in the hierarchy of the alien species that are on this planet, the lizard people are at the high end of it. They're the ones that are like the militaristic type part of it, or the high ups, ones that tell it, make all the rules, I guess. But majority of all these guys, all these things, all these species, majority of them, they all live underground. They're all underground. That's the reason why, and stuff underwater too, yeah, but that's still underground. Because I mean, I started thinking about it, and I mean, and somebody, I can't remember who posed the question, but it made me think about it. I think it might have been Elon or whatever. Anyway, what would be more frightening? Um, there being like billions and billions of other races out there in space, or we're the only ones. At the vastness of space, we're the only species, or on this planet, we're the only ones. What's more frightening? What's more scary? Yeah, see, yeah, the half human thing, the hybrid scenario, um, that is a reality. I mean, because they've been doing the hybrid scenario between the other species and humans, and they've also done the hybrids between human species and animals, and they've been successful a few times on the ones that didn't come out like retarded, I guess you would call it. I mean, see, a lot of this stuff has, oh, man, it kind of all kind of coincides now. And the alien scenario, it's far fetched and crazy talk, but it also fits into what's going on. Um, you know, there's some things out there that some of the stuff that I've researched, and like I said, when it comes down to a lot of the elite, their one of their main goals is to figure out a way to transfer consciousness into a robot body so they can rule forever. You know what I mean? So they can live forever. It's another reason why they are trying to gain all this technology from the aliens so they can actually create the AI and the robotics, cybernetics, and the fucking stuff like Neuralink and all that other shit, so they can transfer their consciousness into a robot body and live and rule forever. I mean, it all adds up. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, I mean, I'm not trying to say that we as a human species are too damn dumb to come up with a lot of this shit, but I'm telling you, man, a lot of this technology did not come from humans. And then there's some of it that did come from humans, but they're from future humans, humans from the future. I mean, honestly, what was it? The Philadelphia experiment. I mean, they claim they were using that as like to make it basically invisible to the naked eye or radar or anything like that. But that's not a reality. The reality is they were trying to build a time machine. And I'm sure they've done that test a few times since then and perfected it with the help of future scientists. Um, you know, it's just future information technology and alien technology reverse engineered. The only problem is, man, like I said, most people really will not realize how bad it is until they start seeing the robots going down the street killing people and the drones are over our head. And I'm going to tell you something, man. You guys might think I'm fucking crazy and fucking wackadoo saying it, but you don't understand how close we are to that moment. And I think I'm going to be alive to see it. Um, I definitely will not be alive to see it all end, but I'll probably be alive to see it all begin. That's why I've got bags of popcorn sitting aside just for the fucking show. Hold on. All right. Hold on, you guys. Can you guys talk amongst yourselves for a second? I got to go top off my drink real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, you guys. Sorry about that. Sure, there are many more stories, but people don't want to ridicule. There's there's a lot of stuff out there. there's a lot of people out there actually that were trying to blow whistles and stuff. A lot of stuff that's going on, and they end up either getting killed off or something happens, whatever. It's pretty interesting how many people have actually tried to come out and talk about some of this stuff and reveal, the truth, and they end up having a mysteriously suicide or some shit like that, and all the information they gathered is just gone. There's been a number of cases like that. Um, I mean, there was this one guy back in the '80s that was talking about stuff, and 2 days before he died, or according to the coroner report, committed suicide. But 2 days before that, he was doing a talk, and he was telling his family members and stuff, "Hey, I am not suicidal. I feel fine. So if I end up dead anytime soon, I did not kill myself." 2 days later, suicide, or that's what they claim. But he was trying to actually put out a lot of information when it comes down to how the corporation calling itself the government here in the US is actually cooperating with these beings, and and dealing with them and trading humans for technology. And hmm, I'm reading in chat, you guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, there's symbols are there's a lot of stuff out there. I mean, honestly, and if you really have to go to the origins when it comes down to a lot of this stuff, when it comes down to words, like even modern words, you have to go to like etymology or whatever, the breaking it down to where these words actually originated. A lot of words like come from two words or a Latin word or two Latin words or whatever. Even symbols, you go back to the original and the origins of where a lot of these symbols come from. And so that's another thing too. There's been a lot of these symbols and stuff. It actually coincides along with the alien scenario also, because there's a lot of these symbols that have been around for a millennia, and but they've also been seen on these craft, that are flying around or whatever. And I don't know. I know, now I have no evidence or proof, so it's all to disclaimer. It's a all like crazy talk, but they have come across um, craft. If it wasn't like a crash site or whatever, um, the ones that there have been like with no touches, no damage, no whatsoever,
And then they've also found some that have been around and under the ground like for thousands and thousands of years, very old. They dug it up because it was like they were like archaeologists and stuff and dug it up, but it was a craft, lack of better words, of some kind. But when they're reverse and engineering this technology to more what we can use, what we use as technology and stuff, kind of like adapt it to what we can use and kind of, and that's what they're doing with this stuff, and also gaining the technology and knowledge and stuff from all these alien stuff. I mean, honestly, if you start looking at history in the past 50 years, how fast, how amazingly fast the technology has grown, and just like basically out of nowhere, just all of a sudden, boom, there you got it. You know, and it's getting exponentially even quicker. See, that's another thing, Maria. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, that's another reason why I think they're doing that International Space Station thing. There's certain metals that cannot be produced here inside the atmosphere of the Earth. They can only be produced in the vacuum of space, and it's metals that we don't have here on planet Earth. And so that's another reason why I think they've got that space station thing up there so they can experiment trying to make that metal, reproduce that metal that they have found at some of these on these craft. Like I said, some of that metal cannot be produced except for in a vacuum of space. And extremely light, extremely tough. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I hope I'm wrong about it because it's gonna suck. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you straight up, it's gonna suck, y'all. It's gonna suck bad for everybody. You know. Well, see, they're already talking about when it comes down to asteroids and stuff, like lassoing one and dragging it over and mining it basically for material, for its resources and shit. NASA's trying talking about stuff like that. Actually, there's a theory because if you go back to some of these past civilizations and some of the records from way, way back, um, back evidently so far back there was no moon at that time. All right. Um, Supposedly, now this is another one of those crazy talk things. The moon was actually put in the spot that it's in now. It wasn't originally there. Originally, there was no moon there to look at. It was actually, in a sense, towed to its spot that it's at now for an observation post to keep an eye on us. And because the only reason I say that is because there are ancient civilizations that remember before there was a moon. And yeah. And then there are stories of Russian cosmonauts going up there to the moon and finding actually human skeletons on the surface of the moon. I have no proof of that. I have no evidence of that, but there's whatever, whatever. It's also interesting that we got a blood moon right around the fucking election time. I mean, isn't that something biblical about that? The timing is perfect. All right. I don't know. I'm kind of running out of things to talk about unless somebody comes up. Yeah. See, that's another thing too, man. Uh, um, these that's the other reason why I was talking about the alien scenario, even though it's crazy talk. That'll be one thing that will actually need a worldwide um, action or reaction. If, for instance, they parked their damn flying saucer or made it fucking publicly known to every species on the human species, everybody out here that they are here, that would take a worldwide response, and that would be another good reason why they can have like a one world government to be like the one voice for everybody on the planet. All right. It plays into this one world government hand, honestly. A lot of the, when it comes down to it, also, I start thinking about like, a good source of fucking human food would be the abortion scenario. Hell, I mean, shit, if they eat fucking humans as food, well, hell, there's a good source of fucking brand new baby fucking parts all the time. Yeah. So they got to figure out. That's another reason why I think through history that they had that there was actually influences into the high ups in ancient cultures, and that's why they would sacrifice children. Because these aliens need to fucking eat. So they would corrupt the so-called high ups in those civilizations to make it legal in a sense. Oh, no worries, Maria. No worries. No worries. I just, if I'm going to sit here and talk, I'd rather have people to talk to instead of talking to like a chat. I'd rather have people up on the panel to talk to. And I like reading the chat, but it just feels like I'm talking to myself. That's the only thing. I mean, I'm talking to you guys in the chat, but it just feels like I'm talking to myself when I'm sitting here by myself on the panel. I don't know. It's weird. But it's just those things that pop around in my mind. And I'm trying to rationalize things. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it. It sounds crazy. But I'm going to tell you something. The most crazy things out there end up being true. So there is that. So yes, it sounds fucking crazy. It sounds fucking far out. It sounds like it's sci-fi. But what if it's true? I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it ain't. But what if it is? Well, then we're kind of heading for some really serious shit if it is. Because, I mean, tell you, like I said, if this date of 2029 that keeps on popping up in some of the research that I did over the years is real, we ain't got very much time until that. And it's going to get really bad before it gets to that date or that year date. And then that all might be fucking bullshit. That all might be fucking flat out bullshit on the alien part of it. But all the other stuff, Who knows? I mean, like I said, I mean, they're gonna try and drag this shit out and stay in control and power as long as they can. So they're gonna try and kill us off if we do not comply. You know what I mean? So we got that. Don't have to worry about fucking aliens too much until they show up. But it's quite possibly, what if? What if? You know, like I said, I have no evidence to prove one way or the other. All I can tell you is like I've seen things that I could tell you what it wasn't. I've experienced things like even the ghost scenario. I've experienced things I can tell you what it wasn't. I couldn't tell you what it was. I mean, I have a guess. I mean, you know, I have a guess. I have no evidence or proof. But what if all these crazy things out there are actually real? I mean, I start thinking about ancient cultures and stuff and some of the stories of like, myths and stuff like that. I mean, where did they start? I mean, was it complete bullshit from the beginning? Or it was actually a real thing and a real event that ended up becoming like a myth, like a story that they just told children and stuff, you know? It got to the point where it was just like everybody just thought it was just another story, but it was actually based on real events and real things. Because it's hard for me to believe that all these myths and stories and stuff of monsters and dragons and whatever else was just fucking bullshit from the fucking get-go. You know what I mean? Just I find it hard to believe, especially like for instance dragons. There is so many cultures around this whole goddamn planet all through history that have some kind of a dragon everywhere. China, the Middle East, the fucking, Europe. I mean, fucking Peru, like everywhere. It's got some kind of culture that had to deal with dragons or some kind of a dragon. Now, was that all bullshit from the beginning? Or was there really fucking dragons? And then there wasn't. And it became a story, became a myth, a fable. It's kind of like my question on gods, like all the Greek gods of like Zeus and stuff like that. Did they actually exist? Or they still waiting, sitting around the damn fucking park bench somewhere waiting for somebody to worship them again? Were they actually real in the first place? Was it all bullshit from the get-go? Like the Anunnaki, the fallen ones. Was that story all bullshit from the fucking get-go? Or was the Anunnaki real? And it became, after they're no longer around, or they went into hiding or whatever, it became a story, it became a fable, it became a tall tale, something you told your children to scare them so they don't go in the woods at night. I mean, that's fine, Maria. I mean, honestly, I mean, I understand what Ron's talking about, but I'm gonna tell you something. If Ron ever has an experience where there's no other explanation other than it could be a fucking ghost, until he has that experience, he'll probably have the same mentality. You know what I mean? The only reason why I doubt certain things, or I give it a question mark, is simply because I've experienced certain things that made me question it. When it's like, wait a minute. Okay, it's kind of like the Sherlock Holmes thing. When you've eliminated all possibilities, whatever's left over is the truth. You know, so I started thinking about it, like some of the like those experiences or whatever. You play it like that, where you've eliminated all other possibilities of what it could be. When you've eliminated all that shit, what's left over? Well, okay, there is ghosts, and okay, well then maybe that's what it was. Then, if I've eliminated everything else, maybe it's possibly that's what it was. It's the same thing with the alien scenario. If you've had an experience and had something, um, you know, if you've eliminated all other explanations of what it could have been, and you've eliminated all that stuff, and that is not what it is, well, whatever else is left over, it's got to be what it is. Got to be the truth. You know. But the thing is, it's like, okay, so dragons, for instance, and giants, and all that other stuff, half gods, the Nephilim. Were those stories all bullshit from the fucking get go, or were those actually true events and true fucking people and stuff like that, or true gods or half gods or whatever that actually lived and all that stuff back then? And they all disappeared or whatever. And then it just became stories and fables and stuff. So it also makes me think this too. If they're not bullshit stories and these were real, there's a possibility that they're still around too. And I'm sure after a few thousand years of experience, they know how to sit in the background and pull the strings, don't you think? I mean, seriously, if I had a few thousand years of experience under my belt, I would definitely know how to sit in the background and pull strings and wouldn't have to lift a finger. I mean, there's many cultures out there actually also that, you know, talk about beings that come from the sky, or they come from like this swirling light, kind of like a gateway, you know. Were those stories just bullshit? Or were they actually trying to record an actual event? That's how I look at it. That's how I look at history. That's how I look at all this other stuff like archaeological shit, you know. Anything that's like a written record. I don't assume right off the bat that whoever wrote this or whoever did this or drew that picture were just doing it because they wanted to just sit there and this is bullshit. It was all made up. I don't think that's the true case. I don't think people that actually drew a bunch of all these pictographs and stuff like that all over the cave walls and stuff were just, painting bullshit. You know, I really don't think that's the case. Well, okay, something fish. I'm gonna tell you. There's another thing that on that level, if they did, that's something right there. I mean, that would be something. And actually prove that it was. But then how would you prove that? That's another thing too. But also, when the Iraq War happened, um, American forces supposedly uh, dug up. Uh, um, was it um, Gar- was it Gilgamesh? Dug up Gilgamesh, found Gilgamesh's body. Now, Gilgamesh, according to the stories, was a Nephilim, a half man, half god. All right, because his father was a god, mother was human, and Gilgamesh was supposedly lack of better words, a hybrid, half man, half god. Lived for a long time. Was a very giant type guy, not a real giant, but he was a giant type guy. Anyway, I started thinking about it. If the stories were not bullshit from the get go, and they were actually just records of actual events that, after over a period of time, became thought of as stories because they were so crazy to be believed. All right. Let's say for shits and giggles that these stories were not bullshit. And U.S. forces actually found the body of Gilgamesh, half man, half god. I mean, what do you think you could do with the DNA of a half man, half god? Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, see, that's the thing. It's like, the mainstream archaeological crap and, that kind of stuff. Dude, their mainstream narrative, it really, it's not real. It's not the true history. I mean, seriously, there has been so many different type of artifacts have been dug up that just totally blows holes in all this fucking narrative that they're trying to pull. The stuff that you hear in, in science, history class and all this other shit, it's all crap, really. I mean, and that's the other thing too that I hate about this censorship shit. You go against their narrative, they try to shut you up. You know what I mean? It's like they are seriously, intentionally trying to hide our history or hide the truth, you know? Oh, Maria, you have a good night or good morning, actually. Good morning to you. I do got to go in a little while too. I think I got to go to work tomorrow too. So, but I appreciate you coming in, Maria. And you tell Ron hello and all that good stuff for me. But see, that's the thing. It's like, there's so much out there, and there's so many different types of subjects. It's like that's why it's hard for me to just come up here by myself and sit there and just talk. I mean, I don't have like a fucking like a list of topics to talk about and all that other stuff. I can't share videos and all that other stuff. So it's not like I can't do things like some of these other YouTube channels and stuff. You know, it's the other reason why I kind of like I enjoy the conversation. That's why I kind of like it was kind of, you get three or four people up here, basically respectful each other and all that stuff, and you can actually talk. We're not yelling at each other and all that shit and yelling over each stuff. It's that's what I like. But I don't know. Just gotta try and grab people out of there and get them getting notified somehow. Get everybody notified. Whoever I don't know. I just come in at some of the most random times though. You have a good morning, Maria. Well, yeah, Sunfish, the hybrid human scenario. I started thinking about it. If it is real, I mean, they see the U.S. forces that they this is all a story that they claimed they actually found his body. Now, if you read the stories and actually try to use the stories, to try and find the geographical location and all that stuff of where he was buried, it actually matches the actual site where they found this body. And I started thinking about it. It's like, yeah, this is around during the Iraq War in Iraq, and the fucking that talk about damn super soldiers was if you all that stuff. So I started thinking about it then, and I was like, golly, man, if the stories are real and this is a hybrid, half man, half god, the DNA would be like priceless, man. Because then you can make super soldiers, hybrid humans. You know what I mean? Half man, half god scenario type stuff. And then when it comes down to the cloning parts, and then there's a lot of scenarios that just goes, oh my gosh, like I said, it's just crazy talk, but some of this is like for real, for real. Just sounds so fucking crazy. Well, some fish. I don't know how many other people in there right now, but I think I'm probably going to shut it down. I've already gone almost 5 hours, but I think I'm gonna shut it down right now and watch a few more YouTube videos of my own, and then probably go to sleep so I can get up and go to work tomorrow. But I appreciate all you guys hanging out, all that stuff, and y'all have a good morning, good night, wherever you are. And I am the 1122 Wingnut Radio, your host for Anarchy Television.